the turkey, and it's time for Highland County Senior Citizen Center's annual fundraising event, 100 Turkey Bingo, on Saturday, November 2nd. The public is invited, but you must be 18 and older to attend this event. Outdoor admission tickets are available for purchase at the event. Admission's $25 and includes 4 bingo cards and a free raffle ticket that you can use to put toward any of these wonderful raffle items. And there's no limit to how many turkeys you can win. Please thank our sponsors, and we'll see you at Highland County Senior Citizen Center's 100 Turkey Bingo.
For the overtime thrillers.
Dribbling ahead off the right side. Goes the length of the floor for a layup up with Tide. We're going to overtime.
Before the timely trifectas.
Step back three at the buzzer. It's good!
Before basketball comes to the shack, join C103 and Good Guys Radio TV for Basketball 30. Coming soon. Stay tuned. Adams County Self Storage knows that there's plenty of different reasons you may be looking for a little extra room to put things. Your college-age kid comes home for the summer and brings along their new ping pong table. You finally decided to take down the decorations after celebrating Christmas in July, or maybe you're still holding on to all those Tide Beanie Babies that are definitely going to be worth something someday. Whatever your needs, Adams County Self Storage has got you covered. They've got units ready to rent at their West Indian location right behind the Grandview Outlet. Call 937-892-0016. That's 892-0016.
Our business is helping you grow. We're Baxter Tractor. We take care of you like family.
We've been growing since 1946. As your Kubota dealer, our focus is to help you grow today and into the future. Stop by one of our locations today, visit with our folks, and see our entire lineup of Kubota products.
Our business is helping you grow. Baxter Tractor.
We all look up to someone. Could be parents, teachers, or coaches. They give and give and give, and then they give some more. Their impact, immeasurable. Their sacrifices, too many to count. So to all the mentors in our lives who helped us get to right here and now, thank you.
Hello, I am David Osborne Jr., and I am running for Adams County Prosecutor. I was raised in Adams County and graduated from Peoples High School. I earned both my PhD and law degrees and served the families of Lima, Ohio as prosecutor. With my parents getting older, I came back to Adams County and opened my own law office on the courthouse square while living and working on the old family farm. I am the candidate who lives in Adams County, owns a home in Adams County, invests in Adams County, and I will protect Adams County. Vote Osborne for prosecutor.
Paid for by David Osborne for prosecutor.
Well, hey there, folks. Welcome in to our 2024 22nd annual SATH Radio-Telethon here on C103, 99.5 The Edge, and Good Guys Radio TV. I hope you are ready for a wonderful evening as we sit down with folks from SATH, that's Supplementary Assistance to the Handicapped, and of course help raise money for Camp Dovetail, a very special camp for kids with special needs. This is actually our 22nd year of putting this radio-a-thon on. And of course, over the last few years, we've transitioned it into a telethon and radio-a-thon as we've added in Good Guys Radio TV. So for all of you tuning in to watch, welcome in. Glad you could join us here tonight. Those of you listening on C103 and 99.5 The Edge, hope you'll stay tuned as well. And hey, if you get a chance, do check out the video portion on goodguysradiotv.com or on the Good Guys YouTube and Facebook page. Of course, if you go there, make sure to like, share, subscribe, and certainly do want you to share it around, especially tonight more than ever, because the more we get the word out, hopefully, the more we're going to be able to raise money for Camp Dovetail. Again, a very special camp for kids with special needs that's gone on for 40-plus years now, which is a pretty incredible thing. And welcoming in, of course, our director, Linda Allen, the director of Supplementary Assistance to the Handicapped. And Linda, thanks for joining us here, as always, for our 22nd year. And I know that you've been a part of each and every radio-a-thon
Yes,
which
I
is
have.
a pretty awesome thing. So thanks for,
Yes.
kind of leading the charge for us.
How many years has this been for you?
This has been probably, I think I've missed like 2 or 3 somewhere in the middle, but
Yeah.
been here for 14. This will be 15 years going on. So
Well, good.
I
Yeah.
probably made at least 12.
Yeah, well, we're glad you're back too. You do
Half
an
of
awesome
them.
job.
Half of them. I made half. Yeah.
Half of them. Yeah, well, we're just happy to be here tonight. We
Absolutely.
This is probably, I don't want to say the easiest fundraiser we do. I mean, in 4 hours, where can you in 4 hours raise $20,000?
Yeah.
You can't do it at a car show,
Yeah.
that's for sure,
Yeah.
or even at some of the fairs. So this is a great night, and I'm so excited because some of our parents are coming in, and the kids, and they're going to be sharing their stories. And I just think it's wonderful to get the word out there about what Camp Dovetail really is and what it means to the kids that come and to the parents.
Sure. Well, let's kind of start with the backstory of Camp Dovetail. As I said, we've done this for over 4 decades now. This past year's camp, they usually happen around the Father's Day weekend. I know they have
Always.
for a long time, right?
Always.
So always.
Always.
Ever since the beginning.
Since I started,
you
Father's Day is
started.
on Monday, and Father's Day is on Sunday. Camp
Sunday.
starts on Monday
Sure.
every year. That's just the way it is.
Awesome.
So we do that so people that take vacations know when it is,
Mm-hmm.
and people that want to take off work to be there for us and help them work. We do it that way. It just makes it easier for everybody to know when it is.
Yeah,
So
absolutely. So this past year, how many years did it make?
44.
44.
And our theme was in motion.
Okay.
Yeah, like
And
planes, trains, and automobiles in motion.
Well, I do remember a conversation last year when you had some really exciting stuff kind of in the works, that there were going to be some really cool cars and all kinds of, basically anything that moved. And that was
Anything on wheels. Anything with wheels. Yeah. So we did. We had school buses, we had scooters, we had motorcycles, we had lawnmowers, souped up lawnmowers, cars, trucks.
Now, what do you mean by a souped up lawnmower?
Let me tell you, they weren't your typical lawnmowers.
Okay.
Some of them were like in derbies, and
Okay.
then some of them were like that. They participate in shows. I guess there's
You go
lawnmower
and
shows.
race lawnmowers.
Yes, and they also
Okay.
can, decorate them up. And there was a whole family. One of our campers' families do that, and they brought them out. And so the kids were. I think it was pretty neat for the kids to
Yeah.
see it. And we let the kids vote on their favorite. And so it was really a neat evening. I wasn't sure how the kids would like a car, bike show, or whatever. They loved it.
Mm-hmm.
They loved it. And the 44 participants loved doing it, because one of my rules was, when talking to people, if they can't touch it, sit in it, or look at it, don't bring it.
Right.
Because we've had car shows before when the kids would go up to the cars and they go, you don't touch them, don't touch it. And I understand they're worth a lot of money, but the participants this year, the kids were able to sit in the cars. They took pictures with the drivers. They blew the horns. The campers were doing all this, and the kids loved it, and the participants loved it. They said it was one of the funnest car shows they'd ever been to. And they love seeing the excitement on the kids' faces, looking at their cars and their bikes and stuff.
That seems to be a pretty common thread with Camp Dovetail is just that kind of infectious joy
Right.
that the campers bring. So, and I know we're going to share some incredible stories here tonight as we get to talk to some of the campers. I know we've talked on the phone several times with campers throughout the years, but this might be the first time ever, at least in my tenure, we will have campers in the studio with us, which I'm really, really excited about.
I am too. I think the boys, Cooper looks. I mean, they are. When you meet them, you'll see they are just great. They're
Yeah.
just great.
So there you go, folks. Cooper and Matthew Lewis are going to be joining us here
Yes.
in just a little bit on our SATH Radio-Thon. Of course, the entire point of tonight is to raise money to help make camp happen. And Linda, I know that is not a small price tag by any stretch of the imagination, and certainly has only gone up over the years that you've been involved with SATH and Camp Dovetail.
You mean the cost?
The cost,
yeah, with the economy, yes. And I think our biggest increase is always the food, the budget for the food and the paper products, and some of the rentals, the toilet, the porta johns we bring in, or some of the equipment, but mainly it is the food prices go up. And we have a lot of nice groups like church groups and civics groups that the Lions clubs that prepare some of the food, but you can't ask them to, have enough food for 700 people.
Right.
But so we do the best we can with different businesses, and try to do with a lot of the different people that do bulk food. But still, food is always a expensive venture. And so that means every year the food budget goes up, and we have to figure out a way to cover the cost.
Yeah.
Or change our menu.
Right.
You know.
Right.
But every time I even think about anything that needs to be cut, one year we were going to cut cookies out of the menu and not give them one instead of two, or not give the volunteers cookies. And then all of a sudden a church group goes, oh, no, we're going to bring in hundreds more dozens of cookies. Or one year we weren't going to give the volunteers pizza on Friday night. And the next thing you know, GE is taking up money and they call and say, hey, we heard you're not feeding the kids pizza on Friday night. You are this year. Volunteers.
Awesome.
They
Sure.
said we've raised enough money and we know that we can do it. So people always make sure it happens for the kids and the volunteers because it is such an awesome program.
Absolutely. And I think people need to sit back and just think for a second of how daunting the idea of making a meal for 700 people
Yeah, right.
3 times a day
Yes.
for an entire week. Like, that is an astronomical task.
Plus 2 snacks usually,
Plus
a couple snacks.
Yeah.
Yeah, snacks too.
How do you guys handle that? And of course, you're at Rocky Fork Lake State Park, so it's not like you're in the middle of town where
Right.
you know,
And
you
we
can just
don't
drive
really
to-
have a
drive to
really big
McDonald's.
kitchen. I
Yeah.
mean, a couple of stoves that we've brought in and a countertop and but they will make Rice Krispie treats. They will make things from scratch right in there in the kitchen and have them for the kids. And some groups bring in snacks for us, but they will cut up, I forget how many watermelons and cantaloupes, so the kids will have a healthy snack in the afternoon. And we just we make it happen.
That seems to be a pretty catchphrase almost. Is we make it happen. Camp Dovetail, we make it happen.
We figure out a way if we have to put tables outside and cut up the watermelons outside and then put them in the baggies we have a really good crew that comes in from all the different businesses. Like on one day when it's GE Day, we will already have jobs assigned for them. You're going to be working in the kitchen. You're going to be working with, out here, or you're going to be on the grounds. And so they know coming into it. And if they've done it every year, they know, we're going to be cutting up the fruit for this snack, or we're going to be making the coleslaw in the kitchen. So, or cutting up vegetables. Mm-hmm. So they kind of know what they're doing, and it makes it kind of neat because then they're really prepared. They said, I went ahead this year and I brought my, my knife, or I brought my thing that you can slice a watermelon with, so we don't have to cut them that away. But no, I think because we have so many groups willing to do things, we just know that we're going to have a group to come in and prepare breakfast. We're going to have a group that's going to clean up serve breakfast, and a group to clean up breakfast. So then the next group comes in to start preparing lunch, and then you have the group that serves the lunch. And then, it's just like constant,
A revolving door of volunteers, which
yes.
is awesome.
And that's why we have to have so many, because the people that get up at 5 o'clock in the morning to fix breakfast, they're not going to be up at 5 o'clock in the evening ready to serve supper.
Right. It'll take a lot out of you.
Yeah.
And of course, we're going to talk more about ways that you can help volunteer and make Camp Dovetail happen. Of course, you're always looking for volunteers, always looking for folks to get involved in a lot of ways. But a simple way to get involved tonight during the radio and telethon is simply to call. Pledge to make a donation, whether that's $1, $100, $1,000, any amount is going to go a long way to help make a big difference in the life of a child with special needs. Please call in 937-544-9722, and we'll certainly give you those numbers many, many more times throughout the night. But that number again, 937-544-9722. And Linda, I want to talk a little about some of the tiers at which folks can give, because there are certain kind of parameters that if they give so much, then they know that they're sponsoring a child for a day or for a week or whatever the case may be.
Well, $40 is what we call Send a Kid to Camp, and that is because the only fee that we ask the parents to give during the registration is $40.
Wow.
And if they can't afford the $40, we usually try to get sponsors. So a lot of people will send $40 that'll sponsor one child. The actual cost is around $250 for the week for a child. That's what it cost us. But that's why we're raising money tonight. We're not going to ask the parents for $250.
Right.
But some people want to adopt a camper. So if you want to adopt a camper, that's $250. And that takes care of all the expense for one camper. But we never ask the parents to pay that, just the $40. And then, of course, we have different levels of giving. Like tonight, if you pledge $100, you get a camp T-shirt. So if you call in tonight and you make a $100 pledge, we're going to send you a T-shirt. So that's kind of just a little thank you. And they're leftover T-shirts, but it's not like we're going to spend any money.
They're already loved.
We've already
So
paid
you've
for them.
got
So
them, yeah.
so we're just sharing that with you because we want you to wear it and say, oh yeah, I sponsored Camp Dovetail this year.
Yeah.
But and of course our largest ones are our project sponsors, and for $500 you're a project sponsor, and what that means is your money will go toward a project that we're doing, and you're kind of like named in the program, and
That's
then
awesome.
then the bigger ones are the foundation fellows, and that's usually $1,000 or more for a foundation fellow. And we have several that are foundation fellows, and some are called foundation or VIPs. And C103 is a VIP every year.
thanks.
Yes, you are recognized for being a VIP because you help us do a fundraiser that raises more than $1,000.
Sure.
So we have several people like the Radiothon and the golf tournament and different things that raise over $1,000. The people that are instrumental in that, they're considered foundation fellows or VIPs. Yeah.
Well, we are certainly happy to be partnered with SATH and have been for a very, very long time. As I said, 22nd year we've done this, and I know Chuck Emery is here. We'll have to get Chuck on the interview before he heads out for the night. But Chuck's been pretty instrumental in getting this together and keeping this going, along with Don Bowles, our owner, and Vanita Bowles, owners here at the station. So we'll certainly include Chuck here in our conversation as we go through. But again, want to just stress $40. That's a pretty minimal thing for folks. You know, if you cut out going to lunch a few days in the week and maybe pack your lunch, you can easily make that up. Give that $40 to SATH. Help to send a kid to camp. $250, of course, is a little more money, but again, it is a tax-deductible donation. So whether you can give that $250, send 2 kids, or $1,000 and be a project donor, do whatever you can, folks, because it will go to an awesome cause with Camp Dovetail and SATH. And Linda, want to kind of peel back the layers of time just a little bit. As you mentioned, you've been doing this for a little while.
36 years.
36 years. See, I didn't want to throw a number out there.
Well, I started when I was very young.
Yeah, right. Yeah, 2 years old, folks. 2 years old, and she was already working for SATH. That's pretty amazing. But in that 36 years, let's just go back to kind of how you got started on this path that's led you to being the executive director now of SATH and Camp Dovetail, as you have been for many years.
I actually went to Hopewell, Southern Ohio ESC, it's now called, looking for a support group because our daughter had been diagnosed with diabetes and I needed a support group.
Sure.
And I went there and I was waiting to talk to someone, and I saw on the bulletin board it said that they were looking for part-time fundraiser. I didn't think too much about it. I went home, and over the next couple of weeks, we were kind of stressing out on insurance wasn't covering all the insulin and everything, and I was just doing babysitting, and we're like, you need to get another job. And I thought, well, that would be part-time, and I do some fundraising with church, and different things with our youth group. So I thought about it, and then I saw it in the paper that it was advertised again in our local paper. So I went back in to Hopewell, and I went in for the interview, and John Gossett interviewed me about 15 minutes, and there was supposed to be 4 more people I think he was going to interview. And I remember I got up to walk out, and he goes, by the way, you got the job. And I said, well, really? And he goes, you're the only person I've interviewed that can talk. And you got to be able to talk in this field. And so I started working there. And I actually went there because our daughter, Stephanie, who's had diabetes now for, 36 years, actually, because I went there when she was 9. And I actually just went there to look, like I said, for a support group, and ended up going to work for them. And over those years, it made me realize that a child with diabetes is, shots and all that, and the finger pricks and the going into the diabetic coma and being in and out of the hospital, and your whole life changes. Because I'm a person that bakes a lot. I do a lot of baking and cooking and cookies and sweets, and our whole life changed. But I went there looking for a support group and ended up working as the fundraiser. I started out as a fundraiser, and then when Doug Rudolph, who ran Camp Dovetail and actually founded it, he was going to be leaving, and I'd been raising all the money for him to put the camp on.
Sure.
And kind of the board said they were going to hire someone, and I was going to have to raise that person's salary. And I was like, wait a minute. Why don't I just do this? I'm already raising the money for the camp. Why can't I just be the camp, do the camp director thing and go full-time instead of part-time? And so I started doing the camp. And it was kind of funny, and I know we've got some board members here that can verify this, but I went from being the fundraiser to what they called the project coordinator over camp. And then from the project coordinator, the volunteer coordinator, and then from the volunteer coordinator to the executive director. Still make the same amount of money. It's kind of a level.
You're climbing the ladder in title only, but that's,
right.
Yeah.
But, being the executive director, we did that not for the title. Well, the title because of grant writing.
Sure.
And they really wanted a director. They didn't really want a fundraiser or a project. They needed a name, and we didn't have a director. We had a great board, but so I became the SATH executive director and had that title now for several years, and wear it proudly.
Yeah.
But so I actually went there looking for a support group for our daughter who has diabetes, and ended up where I am now, 36 years later. And I always used to tell people, you never know what good comes out of something when you go through something like a shock in your life, where we were at Children's Hospital for like almost a week with our daughter, and then she was back there again with some other issues over the years. And, what good would ever come from that? I would have never went into Hopewell, and I would never be where I'm at today, and we wouldn't be serving as many children if it wasn't for that. And I always tell Stephanie, you had a big part in that, because if it wasn't for your diabetes, I wouldn't be here.
Yeah.
So you did put me here where I think God wants me. So
that's pretty awesome.
Yeah.
So going in looking for support, and then it turns into supporting thousands upon thousands of kids throughout the years, which is pretty incredible. And of course, you're supported by an incredible group of volunteers, several of which we have here tonight, as well as the board of directors.
I tell everybody, no matter what awards over the years I've gotten, I couldn't do it without my staff. I am one person, and to do what we do, it takes a lot of support. Sure. And they are so used to being not only just volunteers and staff, but when we say voluntold, when I ask them to do something, they already said, someone said, why did you volunteer to do that? Oh, we didn't. We were voluntold.
Right.
So, and it's kind of a joke, but yes, they are. They're great. They're awesome. I always tell people, at my age, I could have retired, and I kind of did semi-retire and come back, kind of retire to rehire. But, as long as I have the support I have from this staff and my board, I can do this for a long time, I think, because I love what I do.
You're pretty tenacious.
I mean, I think it had to have to hire 2 or 3 to replace me, and they couldn't afford it. So I probably just
very modest as well.
Just a couple to replace me.
Well, folks, we want to encourage you to call in at SATH, our radio-a-thon going on here tonight. The number again, 937-544-9722. Please give us a call. Of course, you can also donate online. Head to campdovetail.com. That's camp with a K. KAMPDOVETAIL.com. We have phones ringing, so that's fantastic. Keep those calls coming to 937-544-9722. Or again, donate online, campdovetail.com. We're going to take a quick break. We'll come back and continue our conversation here in just a few moments on the 22nd annual. It's 22nd, yeah. I'm gonna have to write that down. 22nd annual SATH Radio and Telethon here on C103, 99.5 The Edge, and Good Guys Radio TV.
Don't let a blown tire slow you down this harvest season. Trust Maggulac Tire Service in Hillsboro to keep you on the roll and in the field. At Maggulac, they offer on-the-farm ag tire service, saving you downtime and saving you money. Call Maggulac Tire Service for all your tire needs at 937-364-2592 or stop in on Route 50 in Hillsboro. That's 937-364-2592.
Hey there, it's Jeb the Turkey, and it's time for Highland County Senior Citizen Center's annual fundraising event, 100 Turkey Bingo, on Saturday, November 2nd. The public is invited, but you must be 18 and older to attend this event. Outdoor admission tickets are available for purchase at the event. Admission's $25 and includes 4 bingo cards and a free raffle ticket that you can use to put toward any of these wonderful raffle items. And there's no limit to how many turkeys you can win. Please thank our sponsors, and we'll see you at Highland County Senior Citizen Center's 100 Turkey Bingo.
For the overtime thrillers.
Dribbling ahead off the right side. Goes the length of the floor for a layup. Up with Tide. We're going to overtime.
Before the timely trifectas.
Step back 3 at the buzzer. It's good!
Before basketball comes to the shack, join C103 and Good Guys Radio TV for Basketball 30. Coming soon. Stay tuned. Adams County Self Storage knows that there's plenty of different reasons you may be looking for a little extra room to put things. Your college-age kid comes home for the summer and brings along their new ping pong table. You finally decided to take down the decorations after celebrating Christmas in July, or maybe you're still holding on to all those Thai beanie babies that are definitely going to be worth something someday. Whatever your needs, Adams County Self Storage has got you covered. They've got units ready to rent at their West Indian location right behind the Grandview Outlet. Call 937-892-0016. That's 892-0016.
Our business is helping you grow. We're Baxler Tractor. We take care of you like family.
We've been growing since 1946. As your Kubota dealer, our focus is to help you grow today and into the future. Stop by one of our locations today, visit with our folks, and see our entire lineup of Kubota products.
Our business is helping you grow. Baxler Tractor.
We all look up to someone. Could be parents, teachers, or coaches. They give and give and give, and then they give some more. Their impact, immeasurable. Their sacrifices, too many to count. So to all the mentors in our lives who helped us get to right here and now, thank you.
Hello, I am David Osborne Jr., and I am running for Adams County Prosecutor. I was raised in Adams County and graduated from People's High School. I earned both my PhD and law degrees and served the families of Lima, Ohio as prosecutor. With my parents getting older, I came back to Adams County and opened my own law office on the courthouse square while living and working on the old family farm. I am the candidate who lives in Adams County, owns a home in Adams County, invests in Adams County, and I will protect Adams County. Vote Osborne for prosecutor.
Paid for by David Osborne for prosecutor.
Don't let a blown tire slow you down this harvest season. Trust Magulac Tire Service in Hillsboro to keep you on the roll and in the field. At Magulac, they offer on-the-farm ag tire service, saving you downtime and saving you money. Call Magulac Tire Service for all your tire needs at 937-364-2592 or stop in on Route 50 in Hillsboro. That's 937-364-2592.
Welcome back in, folks, to the 22nd annual SATH Radio and Telethon here on C103, 99.5 The Edge, and Good Guys Radio TV. Thanks for joining us here tonight, and thanks for calling and making donations. We're going to get to those here in just a few minutes. Those pledges have been rolling in. We'd love to hear the phone lines light up again, though. Give us a call, 937-544-9722, to make those pledges now. That's 937-544-9722. Get on the phone or call, or you can always donate online anytime at campdovetail.com. That's camp with a K, campdovetail.com. Go and check it out. And, of course, you'll find tons of info on all things camp there as well. As we come back, we are again joined by SATH Executive Director Linda Allen and longtime SATH Board Member Chuck Emery. Chuck, thanks for joining us in here on the Radio and Telethon and for kind of getting this thing going. I always love hearing the history of just how easy it was to talk our very own Donna Vanita Bowles into running this thing.
Well, it happened at a Eastern White Oak basketball game at Eastern High School, and we had already checked into another not-to-be-named radio station about maybe doing something like this. And when we found out that, my gosh, what it was going to cost us to do it, I just ran into Don and I just asked him what would be the possibility of maybe working something out. And I said, we just need to know what it was going to cost us. And he says, cost you? Well, we'll donate the time. So we worked it out. We've been doing this, as you said, now for 22 years. Mm-hmm. And I don't even know how long I've been on the board. I was on the board at the time. I think this is my 26 or 7. I don't know. I think it was 1995 or 96 when I came on the board.
You've been around a while.
Well, yeah, at the time I owned a restaurant, and I was aware of Camp Dovetail because I have a nephew with Down syndrome, and my sister was a volunteer original when they had like 25, 30 kids going to Camp Dovetail. And of course, she's since passed away. But so I knew something about it. I didn't know a whole lot. Well, somebody comes in and wants to know, because they had a golf tournament coming up, wanted to know if I'd be able to donate a half dozen pies for the tournament. I said, sure. About a few days later, they call and say, hey, I got an extra spot. I need somebody to fill at the golf tournament. Would I like to come and play? Sure. So I did. And she said, well, it's not going to cost me nothing. I said, no, I'm going to pay my way. Well, anyway, I think the next year's when I actually got voluntold to be on the board.
We throw that term around a lot, voluntold.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so I can't remember, it's either 1995 or 96, but it's been quite a ride. We got a wonderful board, and there's been some that are no longer on the board that were there when I started, but it's just an amazing thing how things unfold. I don't get to every fundraiser, but I try to help when I can. Of course, the golf tournament, I'm generally always able to help there. The turkey bingo this night. But anyway, it's been great that Dawn and Vanita has opened this up to us once a year. I don't know what the grand total in those 22 years has been, but it's got to be over $300 and some thousand. Just roughly thinking off the top of my head, and that's been a big asset to Camp Dovetail.
Yeah. Well, and similarly, Chuck, I'm sure you and the rest of the board of directors, you could say very much the same. I know that you guys kind of put your money where your mouth is, so to speak, that not only are you serving on the board and helping to make decisions for SATH and Camp Dovetail and kind of keep things rolling, but you do, as you said, financially support an awful lot and show up and help, out at events. So explain to us a little how the SATH board works exactly and how many members there are.
Well, 6 members, seven members, I believe. And we try to get someone from the different areas that we support or support us, actually, from Highland, Adams, Brown, Fayette, Clinton counties, Highland and surrounding counties. Now, we don't have necessarily one from every county, but we have a representative that kind of covers that county. And but Tony Staggs, who is a local person here in West Union, he better be sending some pizzas up.
6:30 is supposed to be.
6:30. Come on, Tony. He's our president. He missed his first board meeting, I believe, our last meeting, which was our organizational meeting. So guess what? He gets to be president again. He wasn't there to reject it. So we have, of course, the president, vice president, secretary, treasurer, and then I think 3 other members. But we meet quarterly, and then we have like I say, a organizational meeting primarily prior to the last meeting, which we had last month. So we pretty much let Linda run the organization. Okay. Now, she can't take that as a license to just do whatever.
And I haven't.
And she hasn't. But that's when we came up with the executive director title. It really, and I think it went to her head. She got a little cocky, but yeah.
Sure.
We have a lot of fun.
Yeah.
But our board has been supportive. We've had issues that have come up. Not very many, but every once in a while there'll be an issue come up, maybe from camp or somebody's got an axe to grind. But we pretty much always supported Linda because she's always been right in the decisions she's made.
Also, on the board, we try to have parents.
Yeah.
that have children with disabilities, and we've always had a parent on the board. Nora's one of our parents right now. Jill has a sister, so we've always tried to keep a board member that has someone, and of course Chuck did too, and his family, because we think they have, a little bit more understanding of what we're raising money for and what it all means.
Sure. And Chuck, if you don't mind, talk a little about kind of bringing that. Kind of the balance of the heart for the work as much as the head for the work.
Well, as I say, when you have a family member or somebody close to you that has a disability, you pay more attention. I used to try to shy away from those people, but they're the nicest and the kindest people you could ever be around. If a person would ever come out to camp, the week of camp, and just spend, I don't care if they spend 3 or 4 hours, spend the whole day, just watch. I mean, because what really gets me is we have the volunteers. I don't have the stamina to do what they do out of camp. But when you have one volunteer out there taking care of one camper 24/7 the whole week, and the bonds that they create amongst themselves, and there's kids that I haven't been there during when they're leaving, but I've heard stories about how kids cry that because they're leaving their volunteer.
Mm-hmm.
But then on the other end of it, when it's time for camp again, their parents are being bugged. When is camp? When is camp? When is camp? And I like to think that they're trying to get a vacation from their parents.
Maybe, yeah.
But no, seriously, and it does give the parents a break.
Yeah.
Because I don't think people understand how much they're tied down.
Mm-hmm.
So it can get emotional. It's a very heartwarming to go out there and just watch. You don't have to say anything. You don't have to talk. You can just observe. And you can see that the love that those kids have for the volunteers and vice versa.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think that says volumes to the kind of people that Linda's been able to have joined staff and have joined the volunteer corps over the years, and again speaks volumes to the board that you guys do continue to support. I know, and Chuck, you could probably speak a lot more to this than I can. The advancements and the enhancements that have been made to Rocky Fork State Park since the early years to now, even just in the past couple of years, have been pretty incredible. And
well,
Linda's going to shrug some dirt off her shoulder for that one. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's not because Linda did anything. She sat back and let somebody else do all the work. Seriously, no, we have we received a grant to build 8 bathrooms and showers, all handicap accessible. We have been able to renovate some of the original kitchen and the laundry area. But we've also built a huge storage building. That's been about 4 years ago because we were renting so many storage units out at Higgins, out on 50. And
plus everybody's barn and garage, and all of us have. You
including
did too.
my barn and
yeah,
garage, yeah,
and everybody's.
And then we just last year with a new horse barn. Arena, basically. And then we got the pavilion out there. And, we got such wonderful supporters. I don't want to take away from it, maybe another segment, but, I know GE, for instance, their people have been wonderful. I'm going to stop with that because I'm sure Linda can cover that later, who all has been a big part of that, because I'm afraid I'll miss somebody.
Sure. But I think it's really interesting, Chuck, as Linda talked about kind of her involvement at the get-go was, I was going to look for support, needed a part-time job, and they were hiring, and then it's turned into this. Similar to you, they were looking for a few pies, and then needed a fill-in for the golf tournament, and what it's turned into for you of 25 plus years of involvement with SATH is.
Well, I've been trying to do some research to find out if the boards can actually pay themselves. I haven't been able to come across that yet.
Okay, all right.
But I got a couple of other board members that are here that probably would go along with that. But I think they're paid well.
You better go into executive session for that one, right?
Yeah. That's right.
Hey, Christmas is coming, and I always give you a really nice Christmas gift.
See, there you go.
Yes, she does.
You're wearing, I think. No, that's the golf, I think.
So, no, this was Christmas.
Christmas.
Gotcha.
But yeah, we have a lot of fun. We generally, as I said, the board lets Linda run the camp.
Sure.
And she has people that's been there for quite a few years that she relies on an awful lot. I am going to, good, he left. I'm going to mention Mike, Cowboy, who was standing at the door waiting on the pizza. Behind the scenes guy, you could not get him to sit here. But he's a big benefit to the camp.
Yeah. And I'm sure, Linda, that the list like that could go on and on and on. And that's really the beauty of an organization like SATH, is that it really does take all kinds to make it run. It takes people who have the heart to serve. It takes people who have the mindset to, I think it's really easy to get caught up in the loving outreach, heartfelt, but at the end of the day, there is still a business portion to it, and that is where the executive director role comes in, that you have to make those hard decisions. You've got the board that kind of helps to help you along with that. So I don't want to oversell the fact that the fact that you've made happen as much as you have with the little bit of money that you're able to put together is really an incredible thing.
Well, I think too that so many of the volunteers, people need to understand we need volunteers in many capacities, and just like not everyone can be one-on-one with a camper.
Sure.
I'll have people that say, I would love to do something, but I just can't do the one-on-one. I don't think I could do that. But they can come out. There's kitchen work. There's dishes to wash. There's laundry to do. We can find a job for them. But the other thing is, people will say, I can't take off. I can't be out there. What can I do? They can call in tonight, 937-544-9722, and make a pledge.
There you go.
And you can support the people that can be there doing it, because all the people that help me with every fundraiser are all the volunteers and staff members that come to camp and do that for a T-shirt and their food for the week. And
board, room and board,
room and board, a nice tent. But one thing, and I think I've done 12 or 13 already this year. If you're a high school student or getting ready to enter college, I write letters of recommendation. I let for grants, and I do it for community service hours. And we can't pay you, but we can give you a nice reference. And most of the people that get a reference, not bragging, but from me, when I tell them, I will give them a reference if you promise to let them off the third week in June. I'll tell you how great they are. Otherwise, no. They got to be off to work for me or help me. But, I tell them I'm going to be honest, because I'm going to be honest about your work and what you do at camp. And hopefully that will get you the job. And 9 times out of 10, I think even some of the people that are sitting here, I've had that influence on their job, or they're, getting them a scholarship or writing a letter of reference or something. So, yeah. So I think that's something that they can get. But, the different volunteers that we have just come from everywhere. Mm-hmm. I mean, literally everywhere.
Okay.
David,
so we have someone on the phone that's going to talk
Osborne.
Here shortly. Okay.
David,
we can do that. So if you can transfer him over,
Jill knows how to do it.
Jill's got it. She's going to.
We think they did.
If you did, I missed it.
Try it again.
That's
did you lose him?
Okay.
Yeah.
We're learning. You sure
tonight.
did. Look at
Boy,
you
these
go.
volunteers are great, aren't they?
All right. Okay, I think I've got him here. So is this David with us?
Yeah, this is David Osborne Jr. You guys cut me off last time.
My volunteers.
Volunteers learning how to work the phones at live, so we do apologize for that. But we thank you for calling back in.
No problem.
So, David, tell us a little about yourself. I know you called in to donate here tonight to SATH and Camp Dovetail.
Well, I am running for prosecutor, and my wife teaches special needs at the local school, and she's been working with Camp Dovetail, and I can't say enough about how good Camp Dovetail is for our community and the surrounding communities, and so I wanted to make a donation to help them keep up the good work.
And that's awesome.
That'd be great.
That is awesome. David, tell us, you mentioned your wife has worked in special needs. What school does she work at?
Well, she used to work up in Hillsborough for the deaf and hard of hearing. Right
cool.
now, unfortunately, she works for a school out of Michigan.
Okay.
Working on their IT.
I got you. But I think probably, if I had to guess, probably has taught some of Linda's campers throughout the years.
I would say.
Yeah, that's awesome. Well, David, we do thank you for making a donation and calling, and best of luck to you, on the campaign trail and all that. We're going to transfer you back. That's right. I've got people waving hands and everything at me. So, David, do appreciate you, and I know that you helped sponsor our coverage here tonight as well. With the SATH Radio-Telethon. So a big thank you for helping to facilitate that. Linda, I don't think we mentioned this, but last year we raised over $20,000. Our goal tonight's 10, so we'd love to reach that. And David, just want to say thank you again for being a part of helping us do that tonight.
And your name will be mentioned several times tonight.
There
David.
you go.
Well, I appreciate that, and I can't do anything more than say thank you guys for the work you're doing.
Well, thank you for calling in.
Absolutely. We're going to transfer you back over, David, and again, thank you for calling in here on the SATH Radio-Telethon.
If there are any other politicians, please call in and make your pledge tonight.
There you go. I might have to take a break to do this because I don't remember how. Brandon, this is terrible. This is why it's live radio and telethon. You know exactly. You know that we're live when we don't know how to work the phones. So. He is on hold. I at least know how to do that. So give us a call here, folks, and I promise we'll learn how to work the phone so we can answer your calls. 937-544-9722 to donate to Camp Dovetail and SATH. And again, you can head to campdovetail.com for more and to donate there as well. We're going to take a quick break. I want to figure out the phone. We'll be back after this here on C103, 99.5 The Edge and Good Guys Radio TV.
Hey there, it's Jeb the Turkey, and it's time for Highland County Senior Citizen Center's annual fundraising event, 100 Turkey Bingo, on Saturday, November 2nd. The public is invited, but you must be 18 and older to attend this event. Outdoor admission tickets are available for purchase at the event. Admission's $25 and includes 4 bingo cards and a free raffle ticket that you can use to put toward any of these wonderful raffle items. And there's no limit to how many turkeys you can win. Please thank our sponsors, and we'll see you at Highland County Senior Citizen Center's 100 Turkey Bingo.
For the overtime thrillers.
Dribbling ahead off the right side. Goes the length of the floor for a layup up with Tide. We're going to overtime.
Before the timely trifectas.
Step back three at the buzzer. It's good!
Before basketball comes to the shack, join C103 and Good Guys Radio TV for Basketball 30. Coming soon. Stay tuned. Adams County Self-Storage knows that there's plenty of different reasons you may be looking for a little extra room to put things. Your college-age kid comes home for the summer and brings along their new ping pong table. You finally decided to take down the decorations after celebrating Christmas in July, or maybe you're still holding on to all those Thai beanie babies that are definitely going to be worth something someday. Whatever your needs, Adams County Self-Storage has got you covered. They've got units ready to rent at their West Indian location right behind the Grandview Outlet. Call 937-892-0016. That's 892-0016.
Our business is helping you grow. We're Baxler Tractor. We take care of you like family.
We've been growing since 1946. As your Kubota dealer, our focus is to help you grow today and into the future. Stop by one of our locations today, visit with our folks, and see our entire lineup of Kubota products.
Our business is helping you grow. Baxler Tractor.
We all look up to someone. Could be parents, teachers, or coaches. They give and give and give, and then they give some more. Their impact, immeasurable. Their sacrifices, too many to count. So to all the mentors in our lives who helped us get to right here and now, thank you.
Hello, I am David Osborne Jr., and I am running for Adams County Prosecutor. I was raised in Adams County and graduated from People's High School. I earned both my PhD and law degrees and served the families of Lima, Ohio as prosecutor. With my parents getting older, I came back to Adams County and opened my own law office on the courthouse square while living and working on the old family farm. I am the candidate who lives in Adams County, owns a home in Adams County, invests in Adams County, and I will protect Adams County. Vote Osborne for prosecutor.
Paid for by David Osborne for prosecutor.
Don't let a blown tire slow you down this harvest season. Trust Maggulac Tire Service in Hillsboro to keep you on the roll and in the field. At Maggulac, they offer on-the-farm ag tire service, saving you downtime and saving you money. Call Maggulac Tire Service for all your tire needs at 937-364-2592 or stop in on Route 50 in Hillsboro. That's 937-364-2592.
Hey there, it's Jeb the Turkey, and it's time for Highland County Senior Citizen Center's annual fundraising event, 100 Turkey Bingo, on Saturday, November 2nd. The public is invited, but you must be 18 and older to attend this event. Outdoor admission tickets are available for purchase at the event. Admission's $25 and includes 4 bingo cards and a free raffle ticket that you can use to put toward any of these wonderful raffle items. And there's no limit to how many turkeys you can win. Please thank our sponsors, and we'll see you at Highland County Senior Citizen Center's 100 Turkey Bingo.
Welcome back into the 2024 SATH Radio and Telethon here on C103, 99.5 The Edge, and Good Guys Radio TV. I'm Matt Hildebrand, your host tonight, along with our executive producer for Good Guys Radio TV, Mr. Brandon Rigdon, and of course, the SATH executive director, Miss Linda Allen. Linda, thanks again for joining us as we hope to raise, a good bit of money here tonight for Camp Dovetail and SATH. I know in years past, you and I were talking that we've really been fortunate to raise a lot. Last year, I want to say, I'd written this down, it was $20,230, I think was our final tally.
I think it was.
So we'll settle for reaching a goal of $10,000 this evening, but of course, anything over that is icing on the cake. So we're already starting off pretty well towards it tonight.
Yep, we're over 2,000. So
okay.
We're going to read some of the pledges that we have so far. The Hillsborough VFW Post, $90.94, $200. Morristown American Legion Post, 0694, $50. Jessica Polstra, she's one of our volunteers, $25. C103 in memory of Jordan Ryan. Boy, do we miss Jordan.
Yeah,
He would call in every
absolutely.
year, him and his mom, Joyce. $200. David Osborne, that is running for...
Adams County prosecuting attorney.
$200.
You really put me on the spot. I had to reach back to the memory bank. Yeah.
Okay, because they didn't write it down. We're going to write that. And then Ken Smith from here, $200. Zane Cordry and the Brown County Long Beards.
Yeah.
I researched that today, and I found out that's about some turkey
That
hunters.
is, yeah.
$200.
National Wild Turkey Federation.
Yes.
So good guys.
Horn Law Office, $50. Rick and Grace Davis, $50. Mike and Kathy Pearson, $50. Edith and Gary Heaton, $100. Judge Kevin and Christy Greer, $100. And our place where a lot of our campers go every day, Venture Productions. We love you guys. $1,000 they pledged
awesome.
tonight. And a lot of these that I read pledge every year.
Yeah.
This is an every year pledge. And we really appreciate those people that do this every year. And we'd love to hear from some new people.
Yeah.
And you can pledge in memory of someone, in honor of someone, just like, Jordan Ryan, who passed away, and hasn't been with us. This will be the second year without Jordan here. And so you can call in and make a pledge, or maybe you have a loved one you want to make a pledge in memory of, or you just want to pledge to help out the kids at Camp Dovetail. 937-544-9722. We'd love to hear from you. Everybody that pledges $100 or more, we're giving you a Camp Dovetail t-shirt. And just call in. When you call in, tell the girls what size you'd like, and we'll get that for you. But I know a lot of our campers are listening, and a lot of our volunteers are listening. And we'd love to have any of you call in that want to call in and talk on the air. And we know that Matthew and Lewis Cooper are listening, and they're on their way from Wilmington, Ohio, to be here with us tonight.
I'm really looking forward to meeting
You're
these
gonna love
guys
these
because
boys,
they
I'm gonna
have
tell you.
called in and they have donated for the last several years now. And I know that they are big fans of dancing. So, since we got the telecast portion, if we can maybe...
They go
we'll have
to
get-
so many theater productions and so many musicals
That's
and
right.
stuff.
We might have to get a little dance on here this evening. No promises for me, but we'll work on that.
Jenna,
So,
our dance instructor over here
Yeah,
at camp, is
there you
already
go.
with us tonight. So, yes.
we'll get Jenna to dance a little and get Matthew and Cooper going. So once again, folks, please do call, donate, 937-544-9722. For those of you on Good Guys Radio TV, we're going to have that number up on the screen for you many, many, many times throughout the evening. Also want to encourage you to check out campdovetail.com. That's camp with a K, KAMPDOVETAIL.com. There is actually an online giving portion. Very easy to find and very easy to get through. So head to campdovetail.com. There is a giving portal link right at the top of the page, and then some easy information to input. And you can make a donation. Simple as that. Do want to stress that because you guys are a 501(c), that is a tax-deductible donation. As we
Yes, it is.
move through October, we're going to be into the end of the year. So now's the time that you might start thinking, I really haven't donated to as many charitable causes as I would like to, or you know what, it never hurts to add more to that list. So
Well,
please
and when
do
they
donate.
call in tonight, they get a letter with their pledge on it, and they can keep that for their tax purposes. So
Very good. So,
Yes.
yeah, please do donate. Again, 937-544-9722 or head to campdovetail.com. Linda, do want to talk a little, Chuck Emery kind of alluded to just the sheer number of an amount of paperwork, of grant writing that you do to kind of keep things moving forward and continue to grow SATH and grow Camp Dovetail. So take us through, and I guess I'll ask that you keep it to layman's terms because I'm not real familiar with grant writing on a big scale as you do. So what's that look like for you?
Well, the first thing that we did that didn't require a grant was when the park we needed a pavilion because we were under a big old army tent that GE gave us, and it was the year that the guys and girls were holding on to metal poles during a storm, and I said, that's it. We're not doing this anymore. We're going to get a pavilion. And so we worked with the park, and we had to come up with $36,000, half of it. And I started looking everywhere for donations and money and even grants for something like that. And in the meantime, we had a camper that passed away. My granddaughter passed away. And memorials came in, and we raised the $36,000 to pay for the pavilion through Kids Memorials.
Wow.
So, but then again, we needed the bathrooms and the showers desperately. We were bringing in like a dozen porta-johns. We were going up on the hill to shower the kids and waiting in line 2 and 3 hours to get the kids all showered. And we knew this wasn't going to work. So I started looking for capital improvement grants that you could get. And the first one I got when they emailed me was 55 pages of reading and 55 pages. And when I got done, I thought, I can't do this. And I'd never written a grant before. And then I started reaching out to some people at Hopewell that had wrote grants before for educational things. This was a lot different.
Sure.
And took a while. I mean, I had to get some state people involved. One of the people that worked up at the State Department, he was one of our state representatives at the time. He got involved and helped me a little bit. Dave Daniels, I said, hey, I need some help because this money, where do I need to request this money to come from? You know, like, is it going to be able to come from a DD program, or is there something special for parks or for groups like ours? And so we started helping me on how I needed to write that so we'd make sure we would get that. And at the time, Cliff Rosenberger, he was also in office, and he was able to go to a meeting where he found out that I could probably get $150,000 for that program if I could build the shower house for that. Well, it ended up I could only get $100,000 is all they allowed me. And at the time, we were going to be able to build it for $96,000. I was real excited. It took 6 years to get that money.
Oh, wow.
6 years to go through the paperwork, getting the park to give us, you know, it was going to be a Camp Dovetail project. So we had to get them to give us a lease. So we lease our area. We actually have a lease. And the way they did it, it was $1 lease for a year. And we were able to show that we had ownership of that property area to bring the showers in and the bathrooms. And it was a real struggle, I'm telling you, because the codes and everything. And I wanted it all to be handicap accessible 100%.
For sure.
Because people were saying, like the builders were going, well, why don't we make half of them handicap accessible and the other half? I said, why? Well, that's going to be an awful lot of rails and toilets and sinks of different sizes. I said, no.
The purpose of.
Yes.
Yeah.
and people that are not disabled can just get over it because, you know.
Well, and I think
it took a while to get that one.
Chuck really kind of hit a nerve for me when he said, you know, oftentimes we want to just kind of ignore those needs or put that to the side. And, you know, when it comes to something like this, it's being built specifically for a camp for kids with special needs. So, like, it just makes sense.
Well, one of my first things that I have nightmares thinking about was taking one of the little girls up to the showers, and we had to lay her on the floor. This is before. And the curtain only came to about here. So everybody walking by the showers could see us taking care of this little girl. And there was no curtain or rail. And there was no handrails in them. So I said to the park, you know, until I got the shower, can we put rails in? So I went to one of the local guys down the road there, Mr. Hedge, and I said, hey, I need some stuff. And the next thing you know, people like Cowboy and different people, we were putting those rails and we were getting curtains that hung to the floor for our kids until we could get the showers.
Yeah.
And then when we got them, it just made it so much better. And then the next grant was we needed storage. I mean, we were paying, and bless Higgins. Higgins was donating a lot of that. But still, everybody had it in their garage, in their building, everywhere. We got stuff. And we decided, once again, one of the state guys come and said, hey, we can get you probably put in for $150,000 if you'll write the grant and get it. And I'm like, oh, 55 pages, here it comes. Same kind of capital improvement. But I had gotten a little bit better. Right. And a lady at the State Department, Mary, was great to work with, and she helped me. And also Mary Camphouse from Hopewell, she helped me because she wrote a lot of grants. And we were able to get that one, and we were able to get enough to do the building for $75,000, and we had enough to take an old building out and put a new nurses station in, and we did a laundry. Because we were spending $200 or $300 going to the laundromat
and
uptown.
coins.
Yeah.
Oh,
going up to Mama's Laundry, spending all day and night washing all these, you know. And so we were able to build our own laundry facility, and of course, bless GE's hearts and rent to own. They furnished us with commercial size washers and dryers, and we got our nurses station up to code. Beautiful. She's got her own little bathroom, so when she does anything with the kids, she can wash her hands. And so that was our second project, and getting the storage, and then getting the nurses station and the laundry done. Mm-hmm. So the other problem that we always had, years ago, we just have our horses out, and we'd have gates and stalls built outside, out close to where we did fishing. And I'll never forget, one morning there was a horse right up by my camper, and the horse had gotten out because people during the night had let our horses open the gates and let our horses out. And so then we thought, we're going to have somebody sleep right there and watch our horses. So eventually we moved our horses back behind where we were having camp, and the park had an old barn up on the hill they let us use. But if you were ever in that barn, we were afraid if one of those horses kicked that barn, down it was going to come on all of our horses because it was leaning like this and it was not stable. And I was worried about our horses because these people, this is some of their pride and joy. And so we decided to try to get a grant to build a horse barn. Actually, we were going to build a horse barn and we were going to build a, what was it called? A water park.
Okay. It's like a splash pad.
Splash pad. I couldn't think of the word, splash pad. And we got shut down on the splash pad. And we couldn't get there was a lot of red tape. And so we just put the money in the horse barn and made it really nice. And it's really nice. So the kids can ride whether it rains or it doesn't rain. And we can hold a lot of horses in there. And it's a beautiful place. And I think I'm done writing grants. This last one was really, really difficult. Yeah. It was the most difficult one that I had to do. And it was my last one. But I several trips to Columbus and a lot of red tape. This one was just a lot different, and they required some things that we never dreamed they would require for us to have, like a pad right outside the horse's barn. We had to put a concrete slab pad, put a handicap parking lines on it for one vehicle, right in front. And that was an expense, that slab and everything. We're not going to park any cars. Our kids walk back there with the horses. Why do we need handicap? No. Anyway, little thing they made us do, which cost like $17,000 or something.
Oh, wow.
Out of my, yeah. But anyway, no, it was just these grants took a lot of time. And when you're doing the fundraising and you're training, you're having the volunteer meetings and you're going and doing presentations, it was really stressful. But I got it done, and I know the board appreciates it. This past year, Governor DeWine, I was recognized for the Cardinal Award, and I was recognized at the Ohio State Fair.
That's awesome.
And I think what really amazed me was Governor DeWine watched me as I give my little testimony about what we did. And of course, one of the guys said, she took an old hog barn and turned it into a kitchen. And I'm thinking, these people are thinking we're feeding our kids out of a hog barn, But it was an old hog barn. And we remodeled it. My father-in-law helped remodel that barn. But, Governor DeWine just listened to me very intensely. And afterwards, he came up to me and he said, I am so impressed. I really never heard of this, and I really need to get out there. And I said, well, you get an invitation every year. I mail one to all the state people every year. And he said, I'm going to try to come out there this year. So he was impressed, especially when he heard that no kid was denied to come to camp because they couldn't afford $40.
Right.
So if you want to call in and make sure a kid that can't afford $40 can go to camp this year, call in with the pledge.
That's right.
Because $40 helps a family that can't afford the $40 to go to camp.
Yeah, so call in now, 937-544-9722. Jenna and Jill are standing by. They're ready to take the phone calls and get things underway to help you, make it another camp dream come true. Call in now, 937-544-9722. And the very always happy Chuck Emery in the shot there as well. So do call in, 937-544-9722. And, put these young ladies to work, taking your calls and pledges. Again, as you said, Linda, no amount's too small.
No.
That $40 goes such a long way to help make sure that family that just can't afford it. And sadly, that's so many. It is a lot. Usually 75 to 80 families call in and ask for scholarships every year. We, and a lot of them do it every year, and we know they're going to do that because years ago there would be probably 15 or 20 checks that would be returned because people sent it because they had a deadline on, wanting to make sure their kid was going to get into camp. Right.
And then that check, the bank would charge them, and we didn't charge them. We just said, if you need a scholarship, don't send us a check if you don't have it. We are okay with that.
Right.
And I know some people even get very emotional on the phone. They'll start crying. I said, no, don't cry. It's okay. We can handle this. But I've got 3 kids coming. I understand. And you're a single parent working at McDonald's. I understand. We will take care of your kids. Don't worry about it.
Well, and I think it's important to note that kids with special needs, that can mean so many different things. And again, you guys don't turn anyone away based on their ability to pay or their whatever abilities that child may come with.
Right.
You talked about the horse barn, and obviously it's a huge big deal for you guys to have that advancement, but it was a huge big deal for you guys to even have horses in the first place. Talk a little about the kind of the history behind getting kids up on a horse, and again, no matter what they might come to you with, if they want to ride a horse, they're going to ride a horse.
Well, and the thing is, there are kids, we learned this, kids that have Down syndrome, it's very dangerous if they're on a horse and they take a certain, jolt or fall, or any of our kids,
Right.
it could cause them to be paralyzed. So we have helmets, and we have sidewalkers, and we have people that actually ride with them if they're not able to set up. But we also have these steps in our barn that you have to get them up on. And we have to have sidewalkers on each side, a person to lead the horse, sometimes a person on the horse. So sometimes it's up to 4 people for one child to ride the horse. And one of the things I will tell you, because my dad used to help with this, at the end of the day, helping these kids that are, some of them are dead weight, most of them weigh anywhere from 50 to 200 pounds, getting them on and off the horses all day long. It's and getting the helmets on and getting them all ready. It's a process, but I will tell you, some of the kids, horses and boating, there are things they don't get to do normally. I mean, they can maybe go swimming somewhere, but to go in a boat or to ride a horse, and they will say, this is the only time I ever get to ride a horse.
Yeah.
And it's kind of neat the way we kind of work the kids that are scared of the horses. At first, they may just pet the horse, or one year we had a horse they got to paint, or they might get a groomer feed the horse, and then maybe by the next year, they're ready to get on the horse.
Yeah.
Or maybe by the 3rd day, they're ready to get on the horse. But it is, and then, of course, to get the horses in the stalls at night and get them bedded down and get them, and they have so many, they have to put the saddles on the bridles, and they have so many that they keep going through, and then they'll, and certain kids can only ride certain horses because of their size. And, but the horses have to be pretty special because, these kids are, some of them move a lot, some of them make noises, and some of them, like I said, have to have somebody ride with them. But horses are a big deal, and the kids love it.
Why was it such an important thing for you to be able to do that, to bring that to Camp Dovetail?
Well, I think that I didn't want to see the program not happen, and I felt like this was, like we asked the kids, what are some things that you would like to see happen, or what are some, ideas for themes? And I just wanted to make sure that kids got to do that, because knowing, that they weren't going to get to ride a horse, it's just like the year they told us we weren't going to have any pontoon boats, and it's like the first child that was interviewed by Fox News when they come out, what's your favorite thing to do at Camp Dovetail? Go boating. Oh, there aren't going to be any boats this year. You know what? By the next morning, we had boats. Somebody made that happen.
Because at camp, you make it happen.
Yeah. If you want to ride a horse, we're going to have horses there. And but it is hard because, our horses, we've lost several. I mean, you figure 36 years that I've been doing this. Some of the horses, several have passed away. I know Jill's like, we've lost our horses, so we're trying to get new ones. And some of our horses were horses they rescued and they trained them. And so it's really hard. And horses is, you don't want to bring out somebody's 4-H show horse in case it steps in a hole or something would happen out there. But we like those old mares or those old ones that are, laid back, easy to go on, and that can let a kid ride them all day and they don't get excited. And sometimes we've had kids that are too heavy to ride the horse. We've been able to have them with a little horse-drawn wagon ride type thing, or, but yeah, I think it's, to me, I want them to have every opportunity during that 1 week, because I'm not going to see them for another year. And some of the kids I don't see the next year because they pass away.
Right.
And if a child says to me, I want to ride a horse, by golly, they're going to ride a horse.
It's all about giving that kind of quintessential camp experience that so many of us grew up with. I mean, I grew up going to Kenner's Cave 4-H camp and being able to get and do pretty much anything and everything that you wanted to. And so I think it's such an amazing thing for Camp Dovetail to afford those kids those memories and those experiences.
We had one boy several years ago that had spina bifida, and he had some walker crutches type thing. And he had said, he got interviewed by one of the news when we were on the news, and they said, "What's so special about this camp? You probably go to all kinds of camps." And he goes, "Yeah, I do." And I sat on the sideline and I watch. This is the only camp that I go to that I do everything. I don't have to sit on the sideline and watch kids ride a horse, watch kids play volleyball or anything. They make it happen for us here. And that's why I love this camp, because it's a can-do everything. It's not, "Oh, no, you're not able to do that." "Oh, sure, come on, you can do this." "No, I can't." "Yes, you can."
Yeah.
And yes,
rather
you can.
rather than the volunteers saying, "No, you can't," they're the ones they're encouraging.
Oh, yeah,
and saying,
you
"Yes,
can do
we
this.
can do this. You can do this."
That's why we did this way, so you could do this.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't, Yeah, I try to make sure that if we're going to have something like this year for our In Motion, we had the little train. We brought trains in that came from, I forget what town, but it's like you see at the mall in Christmas time. You can ride through the mall on a train, and we wanted to give the kids a train ride. And I told the lady, I said, I want to make sure that all those kids can get in that train. I don't want you to bring it out if some of the kids can't get in that train. And she goes, we'll get them in. Don't you worry, we'll get them in. So I think every kid that wanted to take that train ride got that train ride.
That's
so,
awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. And again, that's what it's all about, folks, is making things happen. Camp Dovetail is a special camp for kids with special needs. And as Linda's talked about, I mean, they're given every opportunity that they possibly can be. Nobody's ever turned away because of their inability to pay. And it's thanks to people like you that will call in and make donations here to the SATH Radio-Thon, or, of course, the dozens of other fundraising opportunities that happen throughout the year with SATH. But again, tonight, we do ask that you call in 937-544-9722 and donate to Camp Dovetail to make a big difference in the life of a child with special needs. Remember, you can also donate online. Head to campdovetail.com. That is KAMPDOVETAIL.com. They have a giving portal right at the top of the page. Just click, fill out some information, and make that tax-deductible donation to Camp Dovetail. Once again, the number to call in here for the Radiothon is 937-544-9722. $40 will help to sponsor a camper and make sure that nobody's going to get turned away. If you donate $100, you're going to receive a camp t-shirt. They'll take some info from you to get you that. And I believe $250, Linda, is what covers the cost of a camper. Mm-hmm. So adopt a camper for the week of Camp Dovetail, $250. If you can give that, folks, I would just absolutely love for you to call in right now, 937-544-9722. With that, we're going to take another quick break. We'll have more on the 22nd annual Camp Dovetail SATH Radio-Thon and Telethon coming up here on C103, 99.5 The Edge, and Good Guys Radio TV. Be sure and stay tuned. Adams County Self Storage knows that there's plenty of different reasons you may be looking for a little extra room to put things. Your college-age kid comes home for the summer and brings along their new ping pong table. You finally decided to take down the decorations after celebrating Christmas in July, or maybe you're still holding on to all those Thai beanie babies that are definitely going to be worth something someday. Whatever your needs, Adams County Self Storage has got you covered. They've got units ready to rent at their West Indian location right behind the Grandview Outlet. Call 937-892-0016. That's 892-0016.
Our business is helping you grow. We're Baxler Tractor. We take care of you like family.
We've been growing since 1946. As your Kubota dealer, our focus is to help you grow today and into the future. Stop by one of our locations today, visit with our folks, and see our entire lineup of Kubota products.
Our business is helping you grow. Baxler Tractor.
We all look up to someone. Could be parents, teachers, or coaches. They give and give and give, and then they give some more. Their impact, immeasurable. Their sacrifices, too many to count. So to all the mentors in our lives who helped us get to right here and now, thank you.
Hello, I am David Osborne Jr., and I am running for Adams County Prosecutor. I was raised in Adams County and graduated from People's High School. I earned both my PhD and law degrees and served the families of Lima, Ohio as prosecutor. With my parents getting older, I came back to Adams County and opened my own law office on the courthouse square while living and working on the old family farm. I am the candidate who lives in Adams County, owns a home in Adams County, invests in Adams County, and I will protect Adams County. Vote Osborne for prosecutor.
Paid for by David Osborne for prosecutor.
Don't let a blown tire slow you down this harvest season. Trust Maggulac Tire Service in Hillsboro to keep you on the roll and in the field. At Maggulac, they offer on-the-farm ag tire service, saving you downtime and saving you money. Call Maggulac Tire Service for all your tire needs at 937-364-2592 or stop in on Route 50 in Hillsboro. That's 937-364-2592.
Hey there, it's Jeff up the turkey, and it's time for Highland County Senior Citizen Center's annual fundraising event, 100 Turkey Bingo, on Saturday, November 2nd. The public is invited, but you must be 18 and older to attend this event. Outdoor admission tickets are available for purchase at the event. Admission's $25 and includes 4 bingo cards and a free raffle ticket that you can use to put toward any of these wonderful raffle items. And there's no limit to how many turkeys you can win. Please thank our sponsors, and we'll see you at Highland County Senior Citizen Center's 100 Turkey Bingo.
For the overtime thrillers.
Dribbling ahead off the right side. Goes the length of the floor for a layup up with Tide. We're going to overtime.
Before the timely trifectas.
Step back three at the buzzer. It's good!
Before basketball comes to the shack, join C103 and Good Guys Radio TV for Basketball 30. Coming soon. Stay tuned.
Welcome back in. We are running all over the place. It is the SATH Radio and Telethon here on C103. Linda, I'm going to catch my breath from getting Chuck a chair. I'll let you tell folks how to make a donation here tonight.
Yes, if you go online to our website and make a donation, that will be directed here on my phone, and we will be able to announce that online. So if you want to pledge online, you still will be recognized tonight. And if you do $100 and you want a T-shirt, we'll make sure you get one. So yes, go online at campdovetail.com. And you also, when you go on to Camp Dovetail, if you're not familiar, you can go on our website and see all kinds of videos and pictures and things from past camps. So if you're not familiar with camp, you can also visit that after you make your pledge, and we announce it on the radio. So we are just so thrilled to be here tonight, and we want you to call in 937-549722 and make a pledge. Our goal is to at least make $10,000. You know, as Matt said, we made 20 last year,
right,
and that would be awesome if we can do that again this year, because we know we're going to be faced with increases in the budget. We are every year, and we just kind of just pray about it, and just there at the end, we might be begging and borrowing, but camp always goes on.
I'd have to imagine there's been a lot of praying through the years.
Oh,
to make,
praying and begging.
Yeah, praying and begging. Well,
it was funny at one of the board meetings, we were talking about spending money, and I said, well, I try to get this donated, and no, I'm going to call them and ask them to donate it. And I said, if I can get them to donate it or give us half price,
right,
we don't need to buy it, But I've always been like that. I feel like if we can get it, why pay for it?
Yeah, and to the credit of the community, and it has for many times, gone through that. Someone steps up. I know that we've talked about some of the organizations that have been there throughout the years. I know GE is a huge one for you guys,
yes,
that has donated just tons and tons of labor.
Well, they started out with the GE Day, and what they now they come out the week before camp and help us set up. Mm-hmm. They have been very instrumental in helping us build things. They helped us one year build, I think, 12 or 13 Lego tables, and help them paint them for us. This year, I gave them the task of, I said, we want to race boats, and we don't want to put them out in the lake. So we're going to build our own lake. So Cowboy went and he measured, and he got this tarp, and he got so much wood donated from Lowe's. And when GE came out, we said, we want you to build our little lake. And then we took pool noodles and attached them and made lanes. And let me tell you, when they got those radio controlled boats and they were racing them, they were like going airborne with them. The kids loved it. We give ribbons, and GE is like, this isn't going to work. I said, yeah, it is. It's going to work. And it worked. But GE, and then during the week of camp, they come out and they start with breakfast, and they bring different shifts in all day long, and they've come from all areas of GE. And when they started it, we started telling people about it. So then Rent to Own, who pays for our T-shirts, got involved. Mike Tissett, we love you. Rent to Own can't do enough for us either. If we need something, we needed a couple deep freezes a few years ago, and we were trying to get them ordered through Rent to Own. And Mike said, come out to the warehouse and pick a couple up. And we need it. They make it happen.
Yeah.
So other people started hearing about it. So Hutamaki, one of our factories over in New Vienna, they do a day. So it's nice because they bring their employees out and they work all day and they see what we do. And it's having 20 or 30 people there all day to just do whatever we need them to do. And then you've got all the Lions clubs. Every meal, there's some Lions club. I don't care. They're from all over that come and serve. Clear as Chillicothe, Jackson, Wilmington, Yellow Springs, they come out and they serve breakfast or lunch or supper for the kids. We have VFWs, we have the Masonic lodges, we have women's groups, the Altrusa ladies, they're really great about, they get books for the kids on Monday. These are all people that volunteer. We have the Canines for Christ. They bring the dogs out and let the kids see them on Monday when we're waiting on everybody to get there. But we just have lots of people that will call and say, could you use us at camp? Yeah, churches. Oh my goodness, church groups. I know my church makes 700 peanut butter and jelly sandwiches.
Oh, wow.
And they have a little assembly line. They make sack lunches for us on Thursday. Star Cinema lets us come to the movies and gives the kids popcorn and pop. And then, of course, on Wednesday night when we have our auction, we've got the Hesses and Grovers. They just do a wonderful job doing the auction for us. So it's just, I like Chuck. I don't want to forget anybody, but so many people are involved with helping with camp, our nurses, our EMTs, because you have to have those kind of people around the clock. And, these are people that give up a week of their work to volunteer for us. And they're losing money, but, because we can't afford to pay people. But because everyone during the week at camp is a volunteer. We all volunteer that week. And it's just amazing. As Chuck has said, I think one of the most amazing things is my teenage volunteers and young adults. We've had them as young as, 11, 12 years old in day camp. And usually we say you need to be 13 to be a volunteer. We've kind of changed that. We're going to scale down to 12-year-olds this year because we're having trouble getting volunteers. And, they do have to go through some trainings. Sure. But I will tell you, when you see that one-on-one, with especially what used to always impress me was watching a teenage boy who may be the captain of the basketball or football team carrying a boy the same size as him out to the water to play in the sand and sit there with him, or watch him feed him, because he can't feed himself. Oh, it just makes you want to cry because they're giving so much of themselves for that child. And I've had parents tell me, you do not know how humble this made my child. You don't know what this did for them to come out there. Because, I always tell my volunteers, just because these kids may not be able to walk or talk or run or even see, it doesn't mean that they don't have feelings and a heart. And they care just like you, and they want to be like you. You're their buddy, you're their inspiration, and you're the person that they look up to during that week. And you can make such a difference and have such an impact on their life. But what happens is the campers make the impact on the volunteers' lives. Right. I've always said, once you let a child with special needs touch your heart, you will never be the same again. That's what happened to me. And I'm still here.
Yeah. And I know that, everybody in the room here that's volunteered and has gone through that process, a lot have started out at that young age and have now, transitioned into being adult volunteers.
And their kids volunteer.
Their kids volunteering. And so it really has become a family affair for,
yes.
Again, I know a lot of your volunteers in that way that have, they started when they were teens and have continued on and gotten their kids. And now I'm sure even some grandkids coming
my
through
grandkids
and
are working.
Yeah,
Yes.
So, yeah, that's pretty incredible. But just a little snapshot, if you can, of kind of that initial kind of step to take to volunteer for Camp Dovetail, because again, there are several different layers through which you can do that.
Right.
But
well, the young people, if you want to, work one-on-one and be in a group with other volunteers and with other, campers and stuff, we have training meetings, and we start this year. We're not starting until February. We'll have a kickoff, and it'll be, we're going to be sending things to the schools and trying to get that information out there in February, that we will have a meeting at Hopewell. It'll be our kickoff. And then from there, we will offer at least 2 times a month the training you can come to. We don't want any child any camper or volunteer, to be scared, because parents will say, I'm not sure if my child can do this. They've not been around a child with disability ever before. And it's not hard. At the meetings, we kind of go over a typical day at camp and what it's like to be a volunteer. These are some of the characteristics of certain campers that might have if you have a child with Down syndrome or autistic. And we just want you to be aware that it's not a hard job. It's just a commitment that you need to make. And they'll get with a group, and the group they'll be with has done it for years. Most of the volunteers, they're staff members, and we tell them when you are like there, if you get scared or need a break, the group leaders will let you have a break. But you need to come and at least learn what it's like to be around the family, the camp family, get in your group, know about your campers, and then, you're just coming out there and being a buddy for the week. You're just walking around with them, taking them to fish them, taking them to horses. Sometimes you have to feed them, but normally the older volunteers do that. We don't ask anybody to do anything none of us have ever done, but we don't try the first year to push anything, a difficult camper, on any volunteer. We like to break them in nice and easy so they don't scare them off, But you just have to be dedicated and have a big heart. The big qualification is have a big heart.
Yeah.
Because this is just like taking care of your brother and sister. Somebody goes, oh, no, I don't want to do that for the week. But it's like having a sibling and you're just helping them and for the week and whatever need they have. But it's not really, I think once people come, they come back. Most of them do. I think what hurt us was COVID. When we didn't have the year of COVID, and then the next year we didn't stay all night, but we had camp, but we didn't stay all night. We lost a lot of our volunteers in that age because then they got jobs or they decided, they've been off a couple of years, they're not coming back. And we have been struggling. We need teenage volunteers desperately. And you don't have to be a teenager to help in the kitchen. We even have volunteers that help in the groups that I don't know how Sally Rogers, bless her heart, Madeline is one of our camper volunteer, and Madeline helped with day camp. That's one of the hardest, the little ones running all around. And Madeline, Rogers' mom, Sally, knew we needed help. And she decided to come out and work with the little kids. And we had other parents in groups helping out. So if you want to work with the kids, just get to a meeting in February. You can go online and we have all the meetings listed. All the training meetings will be listed so you know when to come. All of them are at Hopewell in Hillsborough. But that's really all you have to do. Fill out some paperwork and get in a group and then get excited about being a part of a great camp.
That's
Our
fantastic.
theme next year is National Parks. Tracy Staggs is on the phone.
Perfect.
And
Well,
she
we're-
has a little boy named Bo that works
Okay.
at camp.
Well, we're going to take Tracy's call here and continue our conversation here. Again, it's the SATH Radio-Thon on C103 99.5 The Edge and Good Guys Radio TV. Call in, folks, 937-544-9722 to make your donation now. We've got Tracy on the line with us. Tracy, how are you tonight?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Hey, doing very, very well. Thank you for calling in and getting involved with us here on the SATH Radio-Thon. Tell us a little about your involvement with SATH and Camp Dovetail, if you would.
All right. Well, my little one, his name is Bo. He's 8 years old, and he has gone to the day camp at Camp Dovetail. This past summer was his third year to go. And every year has just been, I don't want to say better, because it's not been bad, but it's been great.
Right.
He has low vision. He has an inherited retinal eye condition called achromatopsia. And so from the time he was born, we knew there was something not quite right with his eyes. Took a long time to get that diagnosis. But so he has low vision, kind of legally blind, I guess is the old school word for it. But he has low vision. He's colorblind, extremely light sensitive. And so a lot of things are just not in his realm of possibilities all the time. And so that's what's great, about Camp Dovetail is that when he goes, he gets to do all of those things that he typically wouldn't get to do, at another camp or even just in life, in general. He had his counselors that are the one-on-one, I can't remember the official name of them, but the people that work with him, the teenagers is what he's had. They have always been great. It's almost like I couldn't have picked a better person, to work with him. He is very shy, really anxious about trying new things. And they're so encouraging, in the things that he can do and the things that he does there. Every week leading up to it, he's a nervous wreck. He's so scared to go. But as soon as he gets there, he's just like, oh, okay, yeah, this is good.
Right.
And kind of a full circle moment for us. It's ironic that my older daughter, more than 25 years ago, we put her in the SATH Cutie Pie contest at the Brown County Fair a long, long time ago. And, donated, and kind of that was our first exposure to this, to this organization.
Right.
And it's kind of crazy to think we never thought that, more than 20 years later, we would be then, involved in kind of the flip side of it as being someone who gets to, send their child to this camp. But I was going to mention that on Facebook, I am in a lot of different groups, for parents of kids who have low vision, of kids who have achromatopsia, and people will talk different times about different camp opportunities, like things that they want to try to send, that they wanting to know if anybody knows of different opportunities, things that their kids could enjoy, that just aren't readily available. And I'm always so thankful when I see those, and I think, wow, here we have Camp Dovetail. I live in, between Sardinia and Russellville. So for me, it's a half-hour drive, to get to Rocky Fork. And we are just so fortunate that we have a group, that puts on Camp Dovetail for us, and here we are in little Southern Ohio. Right. A lot of parents, when I see their comments, it's they're taking their kids to other states, to get this kind of experience for them. And I don't think I realized, even how much, we have this opportunity. And it's like, wow, this is really cool that here we are in little Southern Ohio and we're able to provide this, because I'm so grateful, for the work of all those people who literally work on this, I know, nonstop. I know it's a year-round thing, I'm sure, between all of their fundraising efforts and just the planning of it. And like I said, we're just so grateful that we get to live so close to it, and this opportunity that, that my little one gets and a lot of other kids, around here in this area get.
Well, Tracy, I know you talked a little about Bo's kind of nervousness and that that anxiety building up until it's camp time, and then he goes and it's the time of his life. What about for you as a parent? What's that experience like of that build up to camp?
I think I'm just as nervous, and I'm already thinking about next year because I think that he's going to jump up to the
overnight
next year, and I don't know if I'm ready for that.
Oh, okay.
But
Linda, you probably have 1,000 stories of parents who are like, I don't know if my kid's ready. And the kid's like, send me to camp.
Yes. Yeah. And it is hard. I mean, like I said, he's had this condition from the time, he was a baby.
Right.
Everything has always been, in our house, we have to watch, where we put things. We leave something on the floor for anybody, who has typical vision. It's like you see it, you step over it, you walk around it. And for him, I mean, it's huge. It's the things that he can trip over or fall over, or, even just in the experiences. And like, he has a hard time participating in just regular sports.
Right.
He's so light sensitive and can't see that far away. So for him to go out, he can play soccer if he's just kicking a ball with a friend or two. But to, to be on a soccer team and do that, it's just, I don't want to say impossible. I hate to put those limitations, but you know what I mean? It's just not something that's easy to happen. But yet if he goes to, to Camp Dovetail, there's that person who is there. And like I said, our experience has been so great with it that, they're so good in guiding that he doesn't think of it as, oh, this is my mom with me. You know what I mean? This is this other person who to him is just a bigger kid, that's there to help and support him. And it doesn't, I think it feels more like he has this friend at camp. It's not like he has somebody who has to help him. They're just so good at that. And the training that I'm sure that those kids, I say kids, I think a lot of them that I've seen are teenagers, I'm sure there's lots of adults that get the same training, but just the atmosphere there. But like I said, as a parent, it's scary. It's hard for me to walk away and be like, okay, he's going to be okay, because, at a lot of things, I have to kind of stay right there with him, to make sure that he's safe. Even just a simple thing like, a crack in the sidewalk, like maybe where it's a little uneven pavement or anything like that, can be a danger to him. And so knowing that somebody is there that's like, yep, they're going to make sure that they keep him safe and he gets to experience all this stuff, it's really nice.
Absolutely. Well, Tracy, thank you for calling in and sharing Bo's story and your story and being a part of our radio-a-thon and telethon here tonight. We really appreciate it.
Thanks, Tracy.
Yeah, thank you.
Awesome.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Appreciate Tracy calling in and sharing that with us. And I want to talk a little bit, Linda, because she kind of hit on something that I think can be so overlooked in the daily life of a child with special needs, of giving them that agency and that ability to think and do what they want and think for themselves and be able to have that independence. Again, it's just so often not the case that they're getting that. And then they go to camp, and kids like Bo, who are, obviously have that limitation where it's very difficult for him to just say, I'm going to go run and play and do. And to have that ability afforded to him for the week at camp has got to mean so much to you
Well, I think too, we see this and we've seen it for years. The parents are nervous.
Yeah.
And I know how I was the first time I took my daughter several hours away
Right.
to a diabetic camp and left her. But I know that we watch the parents when they bring them in, and some kids, it's their first time, they're crying, they don't want to stay, they're clinging to mom. Mom says, I really want them to stay, they need this experience, I need a break. And we talked about this, and the kids will be crying, and we tell the volunteers, just get them, try to take them away. And we have something usually for them to do, like the canines we're there for them. But we tell them, they'll be fine, and the parents can call and check. I know it's hard for the parents, but we know that child needs that break. And then, as Chuck said, when the parents come to pick them up, they don't want to go home. They're crying. They want to stay. But it's because the volunteers had the paperwork on that camper. They know
Right.
what their disability, they know what their likes and dislikes. They know what they can and can't do because we have a lot of paperwork. And they are trained, and we try to have everything to make sure that it is handicap accessible in every way. But, and a lot of them are on medications. I know parents are worried about medications. That's why we have a registered nurse, and we have EMTs in case they get hurt. But I think that we want to give parents the reassurance
Right.
that we're going to do everything to make sure that child has the time of his life and has memories that last forever.
Yeah.
That is the goal of the volunteer, to make sure it's a safe week. Tell them your job is to make sure the campers have a safe and fun week and make memories to last a lifetime. If you have a good time, well, that's okay. I'm not worried about your good time. I'm worried about the campers.
Well,
Foremost,
it
it's yours.
usually goes hand in hand.
Yes,
right?
yes. Because if you're really there for that camper and that child, you are going to have a great time, because you're going to see. I asked volunteers many times. I sent this around one year, the last night of camp. Write down why you keep coming back, because people ask me, how do you get these teenagers? And almost all of them wrote, it's the smiles on their faces, the campers. It's how they light up when they see me a year later. I haven't seen them all year, and they see me, and they're so excited, and they want to be in my group, and it's like we've never left. And some of my volunteers do things all during the year with their campers. They may take them to the Reds game, or I know we've taken kids to a hockey game before, some of our campers, and they interact with them or keep in contact with them all year long. But we always tell them that, we want you to make a difference in this child's life, but, foremost, to have a fun, safe week. If
Right.
there's things he doesn't want to do or he doesn't like to do, we have alternate, we say, if they're not going to ride a horse, then at horses you have something else for them to do. Same way at fishing. If they don't like to fish, then you make sure that you bring an activity or something for them to do while everyone else is doing that.
Right.
And that way they're not sitting on the sideline just looking around, bored to death. Usually we don't have too many kids that want to go home because they're bored. They're usually tired.
Tired, yeah, right.
Because we walk them all over. But no, we try really hard to make sure everything is always safe and handicap accessible. And I want to give a big shout out to Rocky Fork this year, because one of our things, and in meetings with Corey Cover, who is the camp park ranger there, manager, we sat down and asked things that we really needed, and for many years we needed a fishing dock. We were fishing out on the edge in the swampy area and muddy, and the kids couldn't get close enough to even throw their line. And we finally got a fishing pier or dock for them to stand on and wheelchairs to be on. And Corey and I talked, and I said one of the struggles is boating, getting the kids on the boats through that. There's not any way to load them. And I said, and I've seen these before, we just need to build or come up with a dock that we can have a portable, that we can load the wheelchair kids on the boats. Lo and behold, he found one in another park that wasn't being used, and he brought it out this year,
wow.
and it worked out great.
That's awesome.
So it was just another way to keep the kids a little safer, getting them on and off of the boating, because everybody wants to boat. And I've got guys that will pick up these kids when we teach them how the proper way is to get them on and off of a wheelchair. But by the end of the week, most of our backs are hurting, or people have, really overdone it because their camper is so heavy, and even getting them in and out of the wheelchair to change them or to dress them. So we do everything we can to train our volunteers to make sure the campers have a safe week. That's our motto, is a safe and fun-filled week.
And I do want to hit on, because Tracy kind of alluded to at least in a small part, and I know Bo was still doing day camp, but for those parents who are able to send their kids to the week-long overnight camp, that's a vacation for those kids, obviously.
Yes.
But for those parents, we talked about giving a little bit of agency and giving a little bit of time back. I don't want to put it as if that it's, you know, something that the parents are stressed about and don't, obviously they love their children.
Right.
But
But they need a
even me
break.
with two healthy children that don't have the medical concerns, it's nice to have a break from your kids sometimes.
Well,
to
I remember the first year that we sent Stephanie, our daughter, to diabetic camp. The first thing the two little ones said, the other one, can we go to the Dairy Queen? Are we going to make cookies and we can eat the dough? Are we going to get everything that we usually try
Right.
not to do around Stephanie because she couldn't have the ice cream at the time back
Right.
that many years ago? They didn't have too much sugar-free ice cream at the Dairy Queen. And so I think parents do the same thing. They may take that time for their other kids. And I had one parent that told me that Camp Dovetail saved their marriage, her and her husband, because they had 3 kids that came to camp, and they had 2 boys that were always in trouble, and then they had a daughter who now is one of my staff members. But she had told me that they were ready to split up, and camp saved them that week. And then after that, we got some help for the boys who needed a lot more therapy and help than they were getting through the school. And many times when they would see me at their daughter's wedding, at her husband's funeral, you saved our marriage. Camp Dovetail saved our marriage. And I know a lot of parents go on vacations. They take, and they'll say, we're going to be in Gatlinburg. We're just going to go here for 3 days. And then you got those other parents that camp up on the hill because they are waiting to make sure their kid's having a good time, but they are just waiting to make sure that everything goes okay. So they don't go too far.
Yeah.
So, but then we got the parents that do like take a trip, and we let them. They let us know. Here's the number. Grandma's home if you need to call her.
Right.
And so, yeah, we like to give them that break.
Yeah, that's awesome. We're going to take a quick break with that, folks. Again, call in 937-544-9722 to make your tax-deductible donation to Camp Dovetail. When we come back, we're going to read through the pledges again for folks who have already called in to make those pledges here this evening. Plus, we're going to talk about some upcoming events with SATH. Always got something fun happening. So we'll be back coming up here in just a little bit on C103, 99.5 The Edge, and Good Guys Radio TV. Adams County Self-Storage knows that there's plenty of different reasons you may be looking for a little extra room to put things. Your college-age kid comes home for the summer and brings along their new ping pong table. You finally decided to take down the decorations after celebrating Christmas in July, or maybe you're still holding on to all those Thai beanie babies that are definitely going to be worth something someday. Whatever your needs, Adams County Self-Storage has got you covered. They've got units ready to rent at their West Indian location right behind the Grandview Outlet. Call 937-892-0016. That's 892-0016.
Our business is helping you grow. We're Baxler Tractor. We take care of you like family.
We've been growing since 1946. As your Kubota dealer, our focus is to help you grow today and into the future. Stop by one of our locations today, visit with our folks, and see our entire lineup of Kubota products.
Our business is helping you grow. Baxler Tractor.
We all look up to someone. Could be parents, teachers, or coaches. They give and give and give, and then they give some more. Their impact, immeasurable. Their sacrifices, too many to count. So to all the mentors in our lives who helped us get to right here and now, thank you.
Hello, I am David Osborne Jr., and I am running for Adams County Prosecutor. I was raised in Adams County and graduated from People's High School. I earned both my PhD and law degrees and served the families of Lima, Ohio as prosecutor. With my parents getting older, I came back to Adams County and opened my own law office on the courthouse square while living and working on the old family farm. I am the candidate who lives in Adams County, owns a home in Adams County, invests in Adams County, and I will protect Adams County. Vote Osborne for prosecutor.
Paid for by David Osborne for prosecutor.
Don't let a blown tire slow you down this harvest season. Trust Magulac Tire Service in Hillsboro to keep you on the roll and in the field. At Magulac, they offer on-the-farm ag tire service, saving you downtime and saving you money. Call Magulac Tire Service for all your tire needs at 937-364-2592 or stop in on Route 50 in Hillsboro. That's 937-364-2592.
Hey there, it's up the turkey, and it's time for Highland County Senior Citizen Center's annual fundraising event, 100 Turkey Bingo, on Saturday, November 2nd. The public is invited, but you must be 18 and older to attend this event. Outdoor admission tickets are available for purchase at the event. Admission's $25 and includes 4 bingo cards and a free raffle ticket that you can use to put toward any of these wonderful raffle items. And there's no limit to how many turkeys you can win. Please thank our sponsors, and we'll see you at Highland County Senior Citizen Center's 100 Turkey Bingo.
For the overtime thrillers.
Dribbling ahead off the right side. Goes the length of the floor for a layup up with tied. We're going to overtime.
Before the timely trifectas.
Step back three at the buzzer. It's good!
Before basketball comes to the shack, join C103 and Good Guys Radio TV for Basketball 30. Coming soon. Stay tuned.
Welcome back in to the SATH Radio-Thon, our 22nd year here on C103 and 99.5 The Edge. Do want to apologize for just a quick technical blip on the radio side of things. Got that sorted out. Of course, we're here on telecast as well with Good Guys Radio TV. I want to say this is either the maybe the third or fourth year we've done it on telecast. So we've third year. Okay, well, Brandon's going to correct me live as we go, but third year we've been able to do it on telecast, and hopefully, folks, you'll tune in and watch. If you're in your cars, go back and watch this. GoodGuysRadioTV.com or Good Guys YouTube and Facebook page. We will have that up to watch after the fact again, and you'll be able to relive some of the great interviews we've had here tonight. I do know that we have a couple of campers joining us for the very first time ever, coming up very, very soon, and I will tell you, I am very, very excited to have the Lewis boys joining us here in studio. So looking forward to that. Definitely want you all to be sure and stay tuned, and that'll be well worth tuning in on Good Guys Radio TV for sure. Linda, we're going to go back and talk about some of the pledges that we've already gotten because our little meter is filled up quite a bit.
Okay. Yes, we're up to 6,700. Is that right? $6,700.
Somewhere in that range, yeah.
Yeah, and we're just want to keep going and keep going. Hey, guys. All right. Okay, we're going to read the pledges we got so far, and you can still call in 937-544-9722. We said before, Zane Cordry and the Brown County Longbeards, $200. Horn Law Office, $50. Rick and Grace Davis, $50. Mike and Kathy Pearson, $50. Edith and Gary Heaton, $100. Judge Kevin and Christy Greer, $100. Venture Productions, $1,000. The Hillsborough VFW Post, $994, $200. Morristown American Legion Post, 069450. Jessica Polstra, $25. C103 in memory of Jordan Ryan, $200. David Osborne, running for prosecuting attorney, $200. Ken Smith, $200. Becky Cropper, in honor of Nathan Bixler, $100. And we missed you tonight, Nathan. Chuck Emery, $400. Kelly and Richard Levenstein, in honor of their nephews, Matthew and Cooper, who will be on the show, $1,000. She loves
awesome.
those boys. Yeah. Irma and Charlie Marsh, $100. They used to come to all of our car shows.
Oh, yeah.
Lauren Levenstein, $2,000.
Wow.
Woo!
That is fantastic.
That is Adams County Self-Storage, Nancy Hook, $1,000.
Awesome.
Thank you, Nancy. Every year.
Nancy and David also helped to sponsor the telecast and radio portion of the telethon.
Well,
so thank you to them for
Nancy.
that.
Joyce Ryan, in memory of Jordan Ryan, $100. And I think that's it. We're caught up so far.
And we definitely miss Jordan. He was our, we always called him our number one fan, and truly.
And he always wanted to be on television. He always wanted us to be able to do this live stream.
And he was the inspiration behind getting the live stream going. And so, certainly miss him quite a bit. And
we
I
do.
know Linda, there's so many stories that sadly you can share of that. Those folks that made such a huge impact in your life and
Yes.
and the life of your volunteers that sadly are no longer with us.
Yeah, we talked about, we lost one of our little campers this year, KK, that had been with us, and that was a really hard one because she was one that everybody just loved her smile, loved her being there, loved her mom and all of them, and it was really hard. She passed away shortly after camp. We just kind of been with her, and I think I told you earlier.
Yeah. Yeah, and
Kelly
very
Joe.
recently, Kelly Joe.
Yeah, and we are going to be doing her family wants to do some kind of a fundraiser, so we are going to be doing a Kelly Annan Memorial Walk and Roll-a-thon May 10th out at the lake, and this is going to be in her memory, and we're going to get T-shirts and sponsors, and the family's going to help us with this, and we're going to try to do this every year because the walk-a-thon, it kind of went downhill. We weren't having anybody but about a dozen of us camp people coming out, and we weren't going to do it this year. And then when I talked to Mike, her husband, and since Kelly was in a wheelchair, the Walk and Roll-a-thon is all about, that kind of thing, and she always thought that was a neat thing for kids in wheelchairs to be able to participate, or anybody. So we're going to be doing that in her memory. Kelly had been a camper over 40 years ago, and then she was a volunteer, and she was a part of our staff when she passed away. So Kelly had been to camp longer than any of us, and at this point, and it was really hard to say goodbye to her because she was really close to all of us, and we miss her and we love her. And if you want to call in and make a pledge in her memory tonight, we would love to hear from you. Or if you want to call in and make a pledge in memory of anybody, 937-544-9722. And I'm really glad we've got the boys here tonight because they will make us laugh and smile. And Matthew and Cooper Lewis have been with us for many years, and I know their mom has called in before and talked about kind of scary letting them come for the first time. And now that they've been coming, Doug and Christina, I think they know that the boys love camp and we love them, and I think they're ready to come. They got a bowling. They've been bowling already tonight.
They have been busy guys, and we want to welcome in Matthew and Cooper Lewis to the set. So you
can talk to the boys.
We'll welcome the guys in and get reset here. Please do call in as we're welcome the guys. We'll get them settled. Call in 937-544-9722. 937-544-9722. You guys are set. Yeah, you're live. You're ready to roll. Yes. So we have Matthew and Cooper Lewis. And guys, I know I've talked to you on the phone for several years now. Welcome into the radio and telethon.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for joining us. So who's Matthew and who's Cooper?
Matthew's got long hair. Cooper's got short hair.
Matthew's got long hair. Cooper's got short hair. So
yes.
That's going to help me differentiate. That's good.
Yes.
Thank you, guys. So let's talk a little about first what you're doing tonight. You guys have been busy.
Yes.
So going to bowling league this evening.
Yes.
Yeah. How'd you throw?
I threw good.
Yeah. You did well.
Yes.
Bowled well. Okay. Good. Any perfect 300s yet?
Not yet. Not yet.
Kind of.
Yes.
Now, so that means you got close.
Yes, get closer.
I got you. All right. Plenty of strikes, though, at the very least.
Yes.
Yes.
Perfect. Talk a little about your guys' time at Camp Dovetail. Cooper, we'll start with you and talk Camp Dovetail. Were you nervous to go for the very first time, or was it something that you were really excited from the get-go?
I'm not going to Camp Dovetail because as the Randy and Hattie come too.
Yeah. And no nervous feelings at all?
No.
You're ready to go?
Yes.
All right. So tell me, what's your favorite part of camp?
I like dancing and sleeping and hungry.
Dancing and sleeping. Hey, you got it all figured out.
Yeah.
So, and you got to be hungry. You got to love the food.
Yeah.
I got you. All right. So dancing. Tell us a little about that. You guys dance at Camp Dovetail?
Yes, with my friends.
With your friends. So
Yep.
any particular dance that you like? Like, are you going disco or is this salsa dancing? Like
probably so.
Yeah, you probably so like that. I
Yeah.
got you. All right. So, Jenna made a goal. She's going to get you up and dance before we're finished here tonight.
Right.
I think we could probably work that out. Good deal. Matthew, for your part, Camp Dovetail, something you look forward to each and every year, I'm sure.
Do you have maybe a favorite memory or favorite thing that you've gotten to do at camp?
My favorite thing is a horse riding.
Horse riding. Okay. Now, had you ever ridden horses before going to camp?
Yes, I was
Yeah.
a young kid. I loved the horse ride.
Okay. So how does that work at Camp Dovetail? You've got your volunteers and you guys just go horse riding?
Yes.
Awesome. Okay. Do you know the horse's name or do you get a different horse?
A good name.
You got their names on lock. So
Yes.
what was your horse's name this last year?
Willie.
Willie.
Yes.
Okay. See, I figured you would know. I knew you'd have the memory on that. So what's so great about horse riding? What do you like about it so much?
I like it so far. I want to off balance.
I got you. Okay. And as I understand it, you are also a fan of dancing.
Yes.
Yes. So you guys are a duo on the dance floor.
Yes.
Okay.
I like to do disco dance.
Disco dancing. All right. I can feel it. That's about all the amount of dancing I can do. So I appreciate that you're good at that. So going to camp, what has that meant for you, Cooper, to be able to kind of take time, maybe away from mom and dad and get to kind of go and hang out with friends and just, have fun for a weekend? What's that mean to you?
Make friends.
Yeah, make a lot of friends.
Yeah.
Anybody in particular that you want to give a shout out to here tonight?
Well, shout out Camp Dovetail, including Linda Allen and Hattie Klump.
Hey, Linda's getting shouts out. That's good. And Heidi.
Yeah,
and Heidi
Heidi,
too.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Matthew, what about for you? Anybody in particular that you want to give a shout out to this evening?
I like Linda Allen. Say thank you for Linda. And she always comes to camp stuff to help. I always love that.
Yeah. Linda is pretty. She was ready, right? Yeah.
Yes.
I think
yes.
Linda's got checks for you guys afterwards. She'll hand off your money for saying all the nice things about
Thank
her.
you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Cooper, you said you like the food. What's so good about the food at Camp Dovetail?
Oh, I like tons of foods like chicken with drum.
Okay.
And then
got the chicken.
And then potatoes.
Okay. Chicken and
stuff.
potatoes.
Yeah.
You're a hearty eating kind of guy.
Well, yeah, I'm a little bit lose weight, a little bit.
Yeah. Oh, that's fantastic. Matthew, what about for you? Is the food any good at camp, or is
Food is good.
It is good.
I would stay healthy, so
Yeah.
I eat some balanced foods like veggies, some protein, and
Oh.
fiber and stuff. Yes.
Yeah, you're watching your figure. You're staying fit.
Yes.
I got you, man. Good deal.
Yes.
All right, so we've talked a little about horseback riding. We've talked about getting to dance. We've talked about food. What are some of the other things that you guys are doing at camp? I know Linda's talked about going out on boats. Have you been able to take part in that?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes.
So Matthew, were you nervous to get on the boat, or was that cool for you?
I'm never nervous. I love the boat rides. I want to go sleep.
You like to go to sleep on
Yeah.
the boat?
Yes.
That must be relaxing then.
Yes.
Yeah. Cooper, what about for you? Nervous to get on the boat, or were you cool?
That'll be cool.
Yeah, you're cool. You're fine. You guys might be the most laid-back dudes I have met that just go with the flow.
Right.
Yeah, that's a good way to be. All right. Well, guys, do want to thank you for coming out. Before we go to commercial, I think we're getting ready to do that. Currently sitting at $7,000, by the way, and rising. So please do call in 937-544-9722. Call in for Cooper and Matthew here joining us. Guys, I don't have any music on lock at the moment, but we will have to get a preview of some of these dance moves at some point here this evening while you're here. So
Right.
we'll certainly get on that. Call in, folks, 937-544-9722, and make a donation here to Camp Dovetail. We're going to take a quick break. We'll come back and continue with our conversation, talking more with Cooper and Matthew here at the Camp Dovetail SATH Radio-Telethon here on C103, 99.5 The Edge, and Good Guys Radio TV. Adams County Self-Storage knows that there's plenty of different reasons you may be looking for a little extra room to put things. Your college-age kid comes home for the summer and brings along their new ping pong table. You finally decided to take down the decorations after celebrating Christmas in July, or maybe you're still holding on to all those Thai beanie babies that are definitely going to be worth something someday. Whatever your needs, Adams County Self-Storage has got you covered. They've got units ready to rent at their West Indian location right behind the Grandview Outlet. Call 937-892-0016. That's 892-0016.
Our business is helping you grow.
We've been growing since 1946. As your Kubota dealer, our focus is to help you grow today and into the future. Stop by one of our locations today, visit with our folks, and see our entire lineup of Kubota products.
Our business is helping you grow. Bachelor Tractor.
We all look up to someone. Could be parents, teachers, or coaches. They give and give and give, and then they give some more. Their impact, immeasurable. Their sacrifices, too many to count. So to all the mentors in our lives who helped us get to right here and now, thank you.
Hello, I am David Osborne Jr., and I am running for Adams County Prosecutor. I was raised in Adams County and graduated from People's High School. I earned both my PhD and law degrees and served the families of Lima, Ohio as prosecutor. With my parents getting older, I came back to Adams County and opened my own law office on the courthouse square while living and working on the old family farm. I am the candidate who lives in Adams County, owns a home in Adams County, invests in Adams County, and I will protect Adams County. Vote Osborne for prosecutor.
Paid for by David Osborne for prosecutor.
Don't let a blown tire slow you down this harvest season. Trust Magulac Tire Service in Hillsboro to keep you on the roll and in the field. At Magulac, they offer on-the-farm ag tire service, saving you downtime and saving you money. Call Magulac Tire Service for all your tire needs at 937-364-2592 or stop in on Route 50 in Hillsboro. That's 937-364-2592.
Hey there, it's Jeb the Turkey, and it's time for Highland County Senior Citizen Center's annual fundraising event, 100 Turkey Bingo, on Saturday, November 2nd. The public is invited, but you must be 18 and older to attend this event. Outdoor admission tickets are available for purchase at the event. Admission's $25 and includes 4 bingo cards and a free raffle ticket that you can use to put toward any of these wonderful raffle items. And there's no limit to how many turkeys you can win. Please thank our sponsors, and we'll see you at Highland County Senior Citizen Center's 100 Turkey Bingo.
For the overtime thrillers.
Dribbling ahead off the right side. Goes the length of the floor for a layup up with tied. We're going to overtime.
Before the timely trifectas.
Step back three at the buzzer. It's good!
Before basketball comes to the shack, join C103 and Good Guys Radio TV for Basketball 30. Coming soon. Stay tuned.
Hey, welcome back in, folks, to our 22nd annual C103 SATH Radio and Telethon. We're here tonight on the radio, C103 and 99.5 The Edge, and of course also on GoodGuysRadioTV.com and the Good Guys YouTube and Facebook page. And we've had a slew of great guests here this evening, but I'm going to tell you, none better so far than Cooper and Matthew Lewis. Guys, thanks again for joining us here on the air and finally making it in. I mean, you guys have been calling in to talk with me on the air, on the Radiothon for the last few years. So you're now, experienced campers, right? You've been to Camp Dovetail a few times. How many times have we made it out now? How many years have you gone to camp, Matthew?
I say 6.
6 years? So
yes.
10 years?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yes.
Okay.
10.
Man, for a long time. So,
yes.
Obviously made a lot of memories, made a lot of friends, made a lot of fun, not just for yourselves, but for, the volunteers and the other campers. Matthew, you want to talk a little about, Jenna's giving you big props of being a leader at camp. Talk about getting other people out on the dance floor. When it's time to dance, like, you love dancing, right?
Yes.
but also love for other people to join in.
Yes.
So how important is it for you to get other people to join in with you?
I want good times, and I want some disco moves.
Yeah, good times and disco moves. I got
Yes.
you. Cooper, what about for you? Dancing's fun, but way better when you've got friends with you.
Right.
So how do you get your friends onto the dance floor? What's the secret to that?
Oh, that's good.
You just have good moves.
Yeah, good moves, yes.
Yeah, I got you. Okay, so when you dance well, it makes other people want to dance well too.
Right.
Okay. Well, from what I understand, our technical producer, Mr. Brandon Rigdon, he's been working hard behind the scenes, and I think we might have some music so that Matthew and Cooper can show off some of these dance moves. Now, I will back out of frame gladly. I'm not going to be in this, so we'll give you guys the floor, and just if we can, we'll give just a little example of the incredible dance moves that Matthew and Cooper show off each year at Camp Dovetail. So, Brandon, if it seems like we're close to ready here, so guys, we're gonna have you stand up. And I know you just came from bowling. It's been a difficult athletic evening for you guys already. But he's got to stretch. He's ready, man. You gotta get in there. So. And Jenna, I do believe it is required that you also join in as the.
I don't know all the moves. They have it.
Okay, so
I do dancing at camp.
here we have the SATH dancers, the dancers for SATH at Camp Dovetail.
Dancing around them because they'll bring everybody up.
So we're gonna roll with a little thriller here on C103 99.5 The Edge, Good Guys Radio TV.
Yep, it's coming.
All right. Well, while we wait, I will take a moment. We'll say, do call in 937-544-9722. If you're watching on Good Guys Radio TV, give a like, share, subscribe for Matthew and Cooper Lewis and their dance moves. So, guys, I think we're ready for Thriller. Just about.
Night.
creatures crawl in search of blood to terrorize your neighborhood. And whosoever shall be found without the soul for getting down must stand and face the hounds of hell and rot inside a corpse's shell. I'm gonna do it tomorrow. Stenches in the air, the funk of 40,000 years, and grisly ghouls from every tomb are closing in to seal your doom. And though you fight to stay alive, your body starts to shiver, for no mere mortal can resist the evil of the thriller.
For those of you who were tuned in just on our C103 and 99.5, my bad, Brandon. Sorry. For those who were just tuned in on the C103 and 99.5 broadcast, you really do want to go back and check that out. GoodGuysRadio-TV.com, the Good Guys YouTube and Facebook page. Big shout out to Matthew and Cooper Lewis. Man, you guys were phenomenal. Yeah, that deserves another round of applause. Linda, we've been blessed that you guys have done the camp song for us before, right? But we've never had entertainment like this. So huge shout out to the guys here. And do call in, folks, because the entertainment value alone is worth calling in. 937-544-9722. Guys, I'm going to try and sit back down gracefully here, but where did you learn to move like that, Matthew? Where'd you learn to dance like that?
It's my disco moves.
Yeah. Now, I'm gonna get sat back down here. Get back in the seat. We've still got the disco lights going and everything. We're having a good time. Did Mom and Dad teach you how to dance like that?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Dad's saying no, absolutely not. So, Cooper, Mom or Dad, who taught you how to move like that?
Blame my mom.
All the mom. Okay. Give all the credit to Mom. Yeah.
Yep.
Matthew, good for you. At least tried to get Dad in. So
yes.
That's awesome. So we're going to talk to Mom and Dad if you guys are okay with that. We'll take a few minutes here and kind of reset the set from our disco dance party here with Matthew and Cooper Lewis. Call in while we are on the break, and please make a pledge to donate to Camp Dovetail. That number 937-544-9722. Or again, you can donate online. Head to campdovetail.com. That's camp with a K, KAMPDOVETAIL.com, and donate. We'll be back with more of the 22nd annual SATH Radio and Telethon after this here on C103, 99.5 The Edge, and Good Guys Radio TV. Adams County Self Storage knows that there's plenty of different reasons you may be looking for a little extra room to put things. Your college-age kid comes home for the summer and brings along their new ping pong table. You finally decided to take down the decorations after celebrating Christmas in July, or maybe you're still holding on to all those Thai beanie babies that are definitely going to be worth something someday. Whatever your needs, Adams County Self Storage has got you covered. They've got units ready to rent at their West Indian location right behind the Grandview Outlet. Call 937-892-0016. That's 892-0016.
Our business is helping you grow. We're Baxler Tractor. We take care of you like family.
We've been growing since 1946. As your Kubota dealer, our focus is to help you grow today and into the future. Stop by one of our locations today, visit with our folks, and see our entire lineup of Kubota products.
Our business is helping you grow. Baxler Tractor.
We all look up to someone. Could be parents, teachers, or coaches. They give and give and give, and then they give some more. Their impact, immeasurable. Their sacrifices, too many to count. So to all the mentors in our lives who helped us get to right here and now, Thank you.
Hello, I am David Osborne Jr., and I am running for Adams County Prosecutor. I was raised in Adams County and graduated from People's High School. I earned both my PhD and law degrees and served the families of Lima, Ohio as prosecutor. With my parents getting older, I came back to Adams County and opened my own law office on the courthouse square while living and working on the old family farm. I am the candidate who lives in Adams County, owns a home in Adams County, invests in Adams County, and I will protect Adams County. Vote Osborne for prosecutor.
Paid for by David Osborne for prosecutor.
Don't let a blown tire slow you down this harvest season. Trust Magulac Tire Service in Hillsboro to keep you on the roll and in the field. At Magulac, they offer on-the-farm ag tire service, saving you downtime and saving you money. Call Magulac Tire Service for all your tire needs at 937-364-2592 or stop in on Route 50 in Hillsboro. That's 937-364-2592.
Hey there, it's Jeb the Turkey, and it's time for Highland County Senior Citizen Center's annual fundraising event, 100 Turkey Bingo, on Saturday, November 2nd. The public is invited, but you must be 18 and older to attend this event. Outdoor admission tickets are available for purchase at the event. Admission's $25 and includes 4 bingo cards and a free raffle ticket that you can use to put toward any of these wonderful raffle items. And there's no limit to how many turkeys you can win. Please thank our sponsors, and we'll see you at Highland County Senior Citizen Center's 100 Turkey Bingo.
Before the overtime thrillers.
Dribbling ahead off the right side. Goes the length of the floor for a layup up with Tide. We're going to overtime.
Before the timely trifectas.
Step back three at the buzzer. It's good!
Before basketball comes to the shack, join C103 and Good Guys Radio TV for Basketball 30. Coming soon. Stay tuned. Welcome back into our 22nd annual SATH Radio and Telethon here on C103, 99.5 The Edge, and Good Guys Radio TV. Folks, if you were just tuned in, we had maybe the greatest segment of our telethon we have ever had. Big shout out to Matthew and Cooper Lewis for giving us just the absolute greatest performance, guys. And they've taken a well-deserved break, and we've subbed out. We've got Mom and Dad now joining us, and you said introduce you as Matthew and Cooper Lewis's parents. So that's
so everybody knows us.
But we'll let you introduce yourselves and talk a little about Matthew and Cooper and how you guys got tied in with Camp Dovetail. So.
Yes, I guess it was we moved to Wilmington, Ohio in 2015, and the school mentioned Camp Dovetail, and I said, "What? No." And they explained it to me, and we sent them out to Camp Dovetail. Very nervously, I called every day,
every hour.
But Heidi Klump, who was amazing, put my mind at ease, and they just, it was an amazing experience for them, and they've been going ever since.
Yeah.
And they look forward to it every year. I mean, countdown.
That's awesome. So, a little bit of trepidation as parents, obviously. I think any parent gets nervous when you're dropping your kid off to summer camp for the first time. But talk about overcoming that in those first few hours and first few days of going through that camp experience, if you can.
Yeah, I think the first year was the year we had thunderstorms like every single night.
So
they spent
that just adds to it.
Yeah, they spent every night in the shelter in the school. I think it was. I think Chris was a little more nervous than I was, but the first year was a little apprehensive because we know what they need and everything, but or how they are and their idiosyncrasies, but. We're trusting them with the camp counselors who did a great job. And after a couple years, finally to the point now, I think we kind of just drop them off and run. And call in every so often just to make sure they're okay.
Sure.
It was an amazing thing, though, to be able to feel that comfortable because we never had that before. I mean,
Right.
we never had the comfort and dropping them off or dropping them anywhere, because it's the four of us all the time, and it just did wonders for Doug and I to just reconnect, and we got to go to dinner, we got to do some things, and it was just amazing. And the boys, there's a special need component, but there's also the typically developing counselors that they need it. They need, and they just thrive with it.
Well, and I want to stress, and Doug, maybe you can talk a little to this, because your boys are very outgoing, very much extroverts, which is an awesome thing. But making friends, I'm sure, is not a difficult thing for your kids in most cases. But when they go to camp, they have made connections there that are going to last a lifetime, and that otherwise they might not have made.
Yeah, we've had some extremely great counselors. It's sad. It's great to see the counselors as they move on with life. The counselors we first had now are married and have children on their own. So watching that progression is nice on the side, and the boys still stay in contact with some of them. It is that connection that they have a series of people they make great friends with, and they still stay in contact with, and they look forward each year to going back. And it's sad when we see that someone has gone on to school and moved on and started their own family, but there's always somebody right in the wings, on warming up, and as soon as we get there, the next one steps in, and it's all, we haven't had a bad counselor yet. Everyone's been great.
That's awesome. Chris, I got to ask, they gave credit to you that Mom gave them the dance moves, right? So is that something that the guys are doing, at home and getting moving and grooving at all times?
We do. We're big dancers. I mean, now that Dad has gotten past the
Dad moves are perfectly acceptable.
Mama's move.
Yeah. They all tease, but music is a big part of our lives, and I'm so glad that Camp Dovetail has it a big part of their environment too, because it is a huge part of our lives, and it wouldn't be the same without the dancing. Well, we just dance to the kitchen table. We don't know. but I have to say, one thing I do want to say with Camp Dovetail is, this day and age, you have kids that could care less about this, always have their phones in their hand, and I tell you, I don't know where Linda gets these children or these young adults, but it is amazing how it's like yesteryear, when you think about, how the kids were years ago, and the respect and all this, and the pride that they take in watching and maintaining the activities of these children.
Right.
I mean, it's just so special to see, because you just don't see it anymore. I mean, you just don't until you step into Camp Dovetail land, and it's just amazing what happens.
Well, and I do want to give Linda and the staff obviously a lot of they've certainly earned their flowers for that, but at the same point, I want to give kids like yours the credit for that, because they have to bring out the best in people. Like again, just having them here in the studio or having them on the phone in years past, they are certainly lights out into the world that I think, again, credit where it's due, but I do think a lot of that goes back to your kids and the other kids that are going for camp, that they're just going to bring out the best.
Yes, and everyone shines. And having said that, the boys are very outgoing, but I have to say, if it weren't for Camp Dovetail, I don't believe they would be as outgoing as they are.
Yeah.
Because prior to Camp Dovetail, I think they were kind of not introverted, but they did a lot of things. But having that Camp Dovetail, it's brought a lot of things out.
Right.
And because it gives them an outlet to be who they are and do what they want to do, and just not be the kid with a disability. They are Matthew and Cooper.
Right.
The campers are the campers, and everyone gets to shine in their own being with them, with even with the other campers, and you'd see it. You see the smiles. And it's just amazing. I mean, they sleep for a week after. I mean, we don't even make it.
I'm ready to sleep for a week just having watched them dance for 5 minutes.
Yeah, we get out of the parking lot and they're in the back of the car sleeping.
Yeah,
exactly.
That's awesome. Well, and Doug, I know we kind of alluded to, but the difference it's made for your relationship with your wife, and we said earlier, you know, I don't think any parent says I'm so exhausted with my kids, I just need time away. But when you have the opportunity, and your kids, you know, are well taken care of, and they're off enjoying themselves. Talk a little about that peace of mind that kind of washes over you, and the ability to just, you know, be husband and wife, and not mom and dad for a little bit.
It's definitely it's an incredible aspect of the camp as well. I know we were coming on the drive down here. I know I had another mother call in, and kind of expressing the same thing.
Yeah.
As a parent of a special needs child, any parent, obviously, you have children who you're responsible for. It just layers another layer of complexity on that because of the things that you're on 24/7. The boys have grown up a lot and a lot more responsible now and independent. Long history of a lot of medical and other things like that. So it's been a long, we've been a great team and a great family. We've moved around a lot, so we've really kind of been a core. And it is a nice feeling to just have a week where we know that the kids are taken care of. They're having fun. They're enjoying themselves. They'd probably rather be with at camp than hanging out with us for that week, whatever we were happen to be doing. So it is a chance just to get back, relax. We don't have, we have to worry about cooking breakfast for them or anything like that. And we can just, we can enjoy. We can go out on dates. We can do things. We can just relax.
Yeah.
It's a week of catch our breath, relax a little bit, and then get ready to go, and then on for another year.
Especially with these two whirlwinds.
Yeah,
I think
they keep us busy.
That's awesome.
I mean, we do some great stuff together, though.
Proudest moment for you as a parent, seeing your boys become the men that they've grown into through Camp Dovetail, and I'm sure everything else that you guys are doing as parents day in, day out. Do you have a moment that you can kind of pick out and say, they've really come so far?
There's a few. Not all Camp Dovetail all kind of builds together. They are third-degree black belts in Taekwondo.
Oh, wow.
So that journey has been amazing watching that, and I did it with them, and they've done everything I've had to do. It's not any special accommodations for them for that. The acting class, we've been doing improv for the last year, and the whole family, none of us would have expected to get in front of a theater and put on an improv show, and they knocked it out of the park, and they're always laughing. And that was great. It's just those kinds of things. I'm trying to think of some other things.
What's special to me is that they don't have a lot of interaction with typically developing people, because it's being that we moved around a lot. You don't get that core group.
Sure.
But the core group that they have is Camp Dovetail. I mean, that's the core group. So, and they've learned so much from that environment. And we went to a camp in Vermont, very, very expensive camp in Vermont, and it didn't even come close to what we get at Camp Dovetail.
Yeah.
I mean, and it's just amazing. I mean, I'll say, do you want to go back to the one? No. No. I mean,
Camp Dovetail for life, right?
Yeah,
guys?
if they could be a Camp Dovetail every other week, they'd be, I know. but
I'm all for
it. But watching what everyone does, all the volunteers, I mean, it is catamount to a miracle to what goes on. I mean, and interestingly enough, I went into I had to drop off some medicine for Matthew, and I went into the nurses area, and wow, that's impressive.
Yeah.
I mean, she has it going on. I mean, it is just so I mean, she has it down to a science. I mean, it was just, so if anyone ever worries about having their child go to Camp Dovetail who might need medication, no worries, because oh, wow. And I'm sure it's just amazing. And on 24/7. I mean, she sleeps right there, So.
It is a pretty, again, give credit where it's due to Linda and all of the volunteers, because it does take literally every person doing every last bit of their job to make it happen. But again, credit to your kids as well for being such wonderful individuals and such great representation of. And I'd like for you guys to speak on this a little bit about the importance of kids who might be differently abled still getting the same opportunities as those other kids, still being able to go to summer camp, being able to ride a horse, being able to dance and enjoy a night under the lights and listen to music. For you parents, what does that mean to you guys? And I guess the message to other parents who might have children who are differently abled to encourage them to allow their kids to explore.
I want to quickly address before, when we were talking about the nurse, you don't even begin to appreciate until after several years the incredible complexity behind the scenes.
Yeah.
The first year you drop them off and you're worried about the counselor, then you learn everything else that's going on. And I 27 years in the military, and Linda puts on a camp that's just as good as any exercise we run. So I just wanted to throw that in there and just get those kudos into.
You got military props, Linda. There you go.
You could run. Yeah, you could run a small base. The range of what Camp Dovetail offers to all kinds of disabilities and special needs across the board. And I know we've heard stories in the past of someone comes with a special need, and someone will learn, take course, learn how to deal with that so that person can come. They will do everything conceivably possible to make sure that medically, emotionally, physically, whatever they need to do. We've heard about getting the ramp for the boats now, and it's continuously making sure that nobody is left out, nobody feels different, or that they can't participate. And that's the joy of it, that when they're there, they're just like everybody else. We're going to go on the boat. So it's like, I can't do that because I can't get on the boat, or I can't do this because I just never been able to do it. They will find a way to get those children in there. So for the parents, it's a great opportunity. If your child has limitations, Linda and her staff.
There's no limitations.
There's no
there.
limitations.
Right.
They will move heaven and earth. That child will have every opportunity that everybody else at that camp does. So couldn't say, I can't say that strong enough, that they will make that happen for your child.
There are a lot of camps that, let me get out the checklist. Do they do this? Can they do this? Can they do that? Camp Dovetail throws that away.
It's what do we need to make it happen?
Yes.
Not can they do it? What can we
It's-
do? Not what can they do?
Yeah,
Exactly.
I think that's so well said. That is such a she needs to put that on a T-shirt, right? what can we do? Not what can the kids do? So, just to kind of follow up on that. Obviously, you've raised these two young men to believe that whatever they set their minds to, they're going to do well. Again, what's it? Matthew's giving you shout outs everything. What's it mean for you as a mother to see, again, just kind of where they're at in life and how much further they can go?
It is. It's, when you first, as Matthew's sitting in there fixing his hair.
He's got to look good.
He's a ladies' man.
He is a ladies' man. Yes, he needs a shirt. I'm a ladies' man. No, it's amazing what they have accomplished, and I do see them. I mean, it's scary. It's scary, but the accomplishments that they have made, and again, it's. I think they have the ability to. They'll be working on getting jobs soon, so that's scary. But I really think the foundation. Again, I know I'm talking about Camp Dovetail, but this is the way I feel.
Right.
The foundation of everything. You can do it. You can do it. You can do it. And then, so now they know they can.
Yeah.
So that will help going into the future.
It helps, parents like you who have obviously said, you guys you can do this, to have that echoed from someone. As I know with my own kids, they never listen to what I have to say. It takes someone else saying, yes, you can
Yes.
do this. You've got the talent to do it.
Exactly, and for, having said that, they get more out of, Matthew and Cooper get more out of things when other people are doing it as well. And yeah, I can't say enough about the counselors, and they're just amazing. And the crew, again, the crew is just amazing. The volunteers. I mean, the volunteers come year after year. Yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah. Well, I do have to say a big shout out to you guys, and of course Matthew and Cooper as well, but and your family. You guys have been such great supporters of the Radiothon for the last several years, and have certainly helped to make so many things happen with SATH and Camp Dovetail. Obviously, given the opportunity to your boys to go and experience what this incredible camp is, but you've then paid it forward to allow so many others to have that same experience. So, big thank you to you from us, and I'm sure from Linda and all of the staff and volunteers and everybody, because I think it's such an incredible thing as a parent to see that happen for your kids. It's an even more incredible thing to want to give that experience to someone else.
Well, I think it's very important for parents to know that they're not alone. And a lot of them sit at home and think, oh my God, what am I going to do? I'm so tired. I'm this, I'm that. But this is an avenue that allows children and parents, especially parents. I mean, I'm a parent, so I know it's just so important that they have something they can trust and they can do. And you sometimes you're sitting there thinking, what am I going to do? What am I going to do? And I know when we first moved to Ohio, we didn't know. Thankfully, we got that piece of paper that said Camp Dovetail, KAMP. So it was, and look, it's changed our lives. It's changed their lives.
Yeah.
They've made friends that, they text, even though, they text and these these young people just text back, and it gives them a chance to practice their speech. And I'm sorry, he's
shout it out.
Shout it out.
You can say it
loud. Conversation.
Conversations.
Oh, it has created a conversation builder.
Yeah.
For them, because they have this interaction. And we're good.
Thank you, Matthew.
Katie Bug. It was Katie Bug. Okay.
We got it now.
So, a shout out to Katie from Matthew.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Yes.
I just Gabe all week.
Okay.
And a shout out to Gabe as well.
And a shout out to Gabe.
The entire
Gabe
Clump family.
And the entire Clump family, because I tell you, if it weren't for the Clump family, we would be.
Yeah.
I have Heidi Klump's number on speed dial.
That's awesome. Well, and
I don't need it anymore because we're relaxed.
Yeah, you're chill.
We don't even know where they are anymore when come Monday morning.
Well, and it obviously beyond the building of the community for your kids, it's built a community for you guys. It seems as well.
It has.
Yeah, to have that support and have those people who are invested in your children's lives. So. Again, thank you so much. I know you had to make a trip. It's been a crazy night for you all. You've been very busy, so certainly thanks for braving the trip and coming out, because it's been just the absolute pleasure to have your kids and to have you guys here on the air with us.
Well, thank you
so much.
And I can't say enough about Camp Dovetail. I can't. We can't.
Can't.
Hey, no better endorsement than that, folks. Call in now, 937-544-9722. to donate to Camp Dovetail. Make that pledge. Again, just $40 can help guarantee that a kid's going to get to go to camp. Or if you'd like to adopt a camper for the week, it's $250. Again, it is a tax-deductible donation, so please call now, 937-544-9722. Or you can donate online. Head to campdovetail.com. That's KAMPDOVETAIL.com. Give us a call here. Folks are standing by, waiting on the phone. I do believe we are closing in on reaching that $10,000 goal. Of course, we would love to blow past that, and well, shoot well above and beyond. So, yeah, go above like last year. We $20,230 in 2023. So, hey, we have surpassed our $10,000 goal. See, I just had to talk about it. It came through. So, do keep those phone lines ringing, though. Call in 937-544-9722, and we'll give Jill just a second here to get the total up there so far, as we are currently at $11,000, folks. Call in. We might have to make a new line off to the side. We'll just continue on up. 937-544-9722 is, again, that number to dial for the SATH Radio-Telethon here on C103 99.5 The Edge, Good Guys Radio TV. We'll be back with more coming up here in just a little bit. Stay tuned. Adams County Self-Storage knows that there's plenty of different reasons you may be looking for a little extra room to put things. Your college-age kid comes home for the summer and brings along their new ping pong table. You finally decided to take down the decorations after celebrating Christmas in July, or maybe you're still holding on to all those Thai beanie babies that are definitely going to be worth something someday. Whatever your needs, Adams County Self-Storage has got you covered. They've got units ready to rent at their West Indian location right behind the Grandview Outlet. Call 937-892-0016. That's 892-0016.
Our business is helping you grow. We're Baxler Tractor. We take care of you like family.
We've been growing since 1946. As your Kubota dealer, our focus is to help you grow today and into the future. Stop by one of our locations today, visit with our folks, and see our entire lineup of Kubota products.
Our business is helping you grow. Baxler Tractor.
We all look up to someone. Could be parents, teachers, or coaches. They give and give and give, and then they give some more. Their impact, immeasurable. Their sacrifices, too many to count. So to all the mentors in our lives who helped us get to right here and now, thank you.
Hello, I am David Osborne Jr., and I am running for Adams County Prosecutor. I was raised in Adams County and graduated from People's High School. I earned both my PhD and law degrees and served the families of Lima, Ohio as prosecutor. With my parents getting older, I came back to Adams County and opened my own law office on the courthouse square while living and working on the old family farm. I am the candidate who lives in Adams County, owns a home in Adams County, invests in Adams County, and I will protect Adams County. Vote Osborne for prosecutor.
Paid for by David Osborne for prosecutor.
Don't let a blown tire slow you down this harvest season. Trust Magulac Tire Service in Hillsboro to keep you on the roll and in the field. At Magulac, they offer on-the-farm ag tire service, saving you downtime and saving you money. Call Magulac Tire Service for all your tire needs at 937-364-2592 or stop in on Route 50 in Hillsboro. That's 937-364-2592.
Hey there, it's Jeb the Turkey, and it's time for Highland County Senior Citizen Center's annual fundraising event, 100 Turkey Bingo, on Saturday, November 2nd. The public is invited, but you must be 18 and older to attend this event. Outdoor admission tickets are available for purchase at the event. Admission's $25 and includes 4 bingo cards and a free raffle ticket that you can use to put toward any of these wonderful raffle items. And there's no limit to how many turkeys you can win. Please thank our sponsors, and we'll see you at Highland County Senior Citizen Center's 100 Turkey Bingo.
Before the overtime thrillers.
Dribbling ahead off the right side. Goes the length of the floor for a layup up with Tide. We're going to overtime.
Before the timely trifectas.
Step back three at the buzzer. It's good!
Before basketball comes to the shack, join C103 and Good Guys Radio TV for Basketball 30. Coming soon. Stay tuned.
Welcome back in, folks, to the 22nd annual C103 99.5 The Edge Good Guys Radio TV Telethon for SATH. Supplementary assistance to the handicapped. And, man, I got to say, no offense to our volunteers and folks who have been here for years and years, but that last segment was absolutely incredible with the Lewis family. So big thank you to them for making the drive down, and I know they're going to continue to hang out. So maybe we'll get the guys back in here as we move through the evening. But we do want to take a quick moment to remind you again, the number to call is 937-544-9722. Please give us a call and make those pledges to donate to Camp Dovetail. Because without your pledges, obviously they're not going to turn kids away. That's not what they're about. They are about including as many people as they possibly can. But with your pledges, that certainly does make it a lot easier for them to do what they've done for so many years. And, well, as we heard in the last segment, making such a huge difference for these kids and making such a big difference for these parents. So please call in now, 937-544-9722. to donate to Camp Dovetail. Linda joining us again here, Linda Allen, the SATH Executive Director. I know we've got a bunch of pledges that we haven't gone through yet because, well, we wanted to give the Lewis family plenty of airtime.
Yes, I'm glad we did.
And appreciate them coming in. So let's roll through the pledges and get those names back out there.
And then we have another parent that will be calling in, too, to talk.
Excellent.
Okay. Once again, Zane Cordray and the Brown County Long Beards, 200. Horn Law Office, 50. Rich and Grace Davis, 50. Mike and Kathy Pearson, 50. Edith and Gary Heaton, 100. Judge Kevin and Christy Greer, 100. Venture Productions, 1,000. Hillsborough VF Post, 200. Morristown American Legion Post, 0694, 50. Jessica Polstra, 25. C103 in memory of Jordan Ryan, 200. David Osborne, who's running for prosecuting attorney, 200. Ken Smith, 200. Becky Cropper in honor of Nathan Vixler, 100. Chuck Emery, one of our board members, 400. I don't know if he's challenging other board members, but 400 from Chuck Emery.
Of course he says.
Kelly and Richard Levenstein in honor of their nephews Matthew and Cooper. They're up to $2,000 in donations, if I think that's right. Or is it, is all these added up? Or so it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 4,500.
Wow.
Boy, those boys did a good dance.
That is awesome.
Herman Charlie Marsh, 100. Lauren Levenstein, 2,000. Adams County Self-Storage, Nancy Hook. It was Nancy and Dave Hook, is it?
Yeah, Nancy and David Hook, yeah.
$1,000. Joyce Ryan in memory of Jordan, 100. Peyton and River Goben, that's my grandkids and their volunteers at camp, $100. Wright Patterson Air Force Base, Fire Department, Local 88. This is in memory of Marty Sparks. He used to be one of our guys that did fishing. $100. An anonymous donation for $1,000.
Oh, wow, that's awesome.
Gran and Pops in honor of Matthew and Cooper, $750. And the Polstra family, $100.
That's fantastic.
All right.
Big thank you to all those folks who have called in and pledged. And I know we have some other pledges that have rolled in as well. But for now, we have another family member that's calling in to tell us a little about their Camp Dovetail experience. So
It's
we're going
Jody.
to head to the phone and...
It's Jody and her son's
Jody?
name. And her son's name is Grayson.
Okay. There we go. All right. Do we have Jody?
Yeah.
Yes. Hi, Jody. How are you tonight?
I'm great. How are you doing?
I'm doing really well. Thank you for calling in and being a part of the SATH Radio-Thon and Telethon here on C103 and 99.5 The Edge, Good Guys Radio TV. So tell us, Jody, a little about yourself and your Camp Dovetail camper, if you would.
Sure. So I have a 14-year-old son, Grayson, who has Down syndrome, and we have been doing camp since he was old enough to do day camp. So he's now old enough to do overnight camp. We've not successfully got him to stay overnight yet, but we are still attempting that each year. But we just love camp. I mean, it's a great time for Grayson to find a little bit of independence and kind of get a break from being with his normal caregivers, and also gives us parents a little bit of respite. You know, caring for individuals that have, some extra needs sometimes can be a little overwhelming. So it's nice to be able to send him to camp where he can have fun and we can get a little break.
Well, and I want to pick up on the fact that you said we're attempting to go to camp. Now, is that hesitation on Grayson's part or your part or both?
No, it's definitely, well, For me, it's not a hesitation. Now, for my husband, it's still a little bit of a hesitation. But Grayson is still, he gets a little scared of the dark, and he likes to have he likes routine. He likes to have his iPad at night and have a snack, and he just is very routine based. So we just haven't got him to stay all night yet, but we are trying. And I will say this year, I think he stayed later than he had the previous years. So I think we're getting closer. I am ready to take the leap, but my husband and my daughter, it's funny, they came to drop him off with me last year, and the two of them cried on the way out. So I think it's hard to cut those strings sometimes, but I'm not real nervous about it. I mean, there's so many great volunteers there that, I mean, I feel comfortable. It's just getting Grayson to feel comfortable to stay there. So
Right.
We'll get there. We'll get there.
Yeah. Listen, if anybody's going to do it, Linda and the crew, they'll get it done. But,
yes.
Talk a little about some of Grayson's experiences so far. You know, what he has gotten to take part in at Camp Dovetail. What's he liked the most?
So luckily, he has stayed late enough every year that he gets to take on the full aspect of camp. He just isn't spending the night there. So he's getting to do all the activities. I'm going to say his number one thing that he always talks about as soon as we pick him up is what he got to eat that day. So, you know, that's a bonus. But, you know, we're lucky that they have some good cooks there, and they get some good things going. But he also loves to do the fishing. And then kickball, baseball, any of that kind of stuff he's really into. I think the first couple years he really enjoyed the horseback riding. I think he's developed a slight fear from that, but there's so many different activities to keep him busy. And I think this year was his first year he got to go to the movie, which was, huge, because normally if he goes to the local movie theater, it's with his mom and dad, and that's always not as fun. Right. So getting to go there with some friends and some other, aides that are, not his typical, peers. So that was big time for him, because that felt like he was getting to do something that, all kids get to do.
Right.
So.
And talk a little on that. We've kind of discussed throughout the night of giving kids agency, which is something that kids with special needs, don't often get for themselves, to be able to make those decisions of, I want to go do this and I enjoy this. And so talk, if you can, a little of the importance of, as a parent, being able to give that opportunity to your son.
Right. So, I think with any parent, we go through our daily activities and just try to survive the day. That's with typical kids and non-typical kids. Right. So I think we make a lot of decisions for our kids no matter what. But when you have a kid that has special needs, you're just trying to make things easy and with little interruptions. So we're, on a typical day, we're deciding most things. 9 out of 10 things, we're making that decision for Grayson. So being away from us and with individuals that maybe aren't, so used to Grayson and so used to his routine, they're giving him a lot more choices. So he's feeling that independence, which is so important, especially coming into the teenage years. He wants to just be like any other kid. So having the option to decide some different things on what he gets to do. I'm definitely guilty of nurturing him a little too much. I give in to him a lot, and having others around him that maybe don't give him that much, and keep him a little more, strict, and say, hey, Grayson, we've got to do this and we've got to do that. It's a huge benefit, because he can be complacent and he can manipulate somebody real quickly. So it just gives him a totally different aspect. And I don't think everybody understands what it means. I think we have a good idea of what inclusion means, but camp is something that is completely inclusive. I mean, everything that is being done there, every single kid can do in a different capacity, and that is so important in our world. So we're very lucky, and it's such a benefit to have something like Camp Dovetail.
Yeah, that's awesome. Well, thank you so much for calling in and sharing your story and Grayson's story. And we just talked with another family about being able to trust the level of care that their kids are going to have. And I, you know, as you said, you guys are still working up to that overnight, but it sounds like, you know, Grayson's well on his way to kind of continuing that independence and continuing that growth. And I know that's got to mean a lot to you as a parent.
Oh, definitely, definitely. I mean, we are, I also have another sibling. My sister has a small child with Down syndrome, and they live in a different county where there's not as many opportunities at this point. And so we talk about our camp experience and things like that, and they're definitely jealous of that. I don't think people quite understand what it's like to have something like Camp Dovetail in our area and how big of a feat it is to keep something like that going. So it's so important for people to donate and to support camp in any way that they can.
Absolutely. Well, again, thank you for calling in and
Thanks,
sharing.
Jody.
And Jody, you have a good rest of your night.
Yeah. Thank you. Thanks, everybody.
Awesome.
Thanks.
Well, folks,
All right, bye-bye.
That again right there is why to call and donate. You know, it just the for even someone who, you know, is still not quite to the overnight aspect and getting and, you know, diving full in on the Camp Dovetail experience. It obviously means so much to her, means so much to her son. And I think, Linda, I know you can tell just story after story after story of those kinds of situations where, you know, the kid maybe came in a little nervous, mom and dad even more nervous, to cut those strings maybe a little bit, give that independence. But boy, when it happens, it's got to be such an awesome thing to see.
Yeah, for both them and us.
Yeah.
That's the first time I've heard parents cry after they left. Most of them are happy.
Yeah. Well, you know, everybody goes through things differently.
Well, they're nervous for them.
Suppose,
She
right?
was
Yeah.
nervous for her little brother, and yeah, she was just. I understand. So,
Yeah.
but yeah, hey, you know what? Our goal was 10. We've passed it, but I think we need to shoot for last year's goal. I mean, last year we made 20,000, and it would be a shame to end tonight with 11,000. We only have about 55 minutes to come up with $9,000. But if you have not called in and pledged, 937-544-9722 now is the time.
Yep.
Love to have some people that maybe want to match people or want to.
And I'll just say this, that this is as good an organization as you can partner yourself with. For any local businesses out there, Chuck Emery's a great proponent to this, that, you know, Chuck was a guy that owned a business that happened to get a call from Linda Allen to say, hey, need some pies. Can you help out? Just because you call in and make a donation doesn't mean that Linda's going to convince you to join the board and stay on for the next 26 years. But for any local businesses out there, please donate. Right, you're going to get some free advertisements included in that, which, you know, that's it's our pleasure to do that. But even more importantly, you're going to get to support such an awesome cause, something that's been going in our community for, you know, 40 plus years now, and with your support can continue to grow and thrive. I mean, just to hear some of the stories, Linda, that you've shared of the incredible growth from year one for you to where you guys are now, I'm sure back then, like, was just unfathomable to see the amount of growth. Chuck mentioned something about 25 campers at one point. You guys had 25 campers in the beginning, right?
Yeah.
And, that number's quite a ways in the rear view for
We've had
y'all,
as many as 350 now.
which is crazy. So 350 campers. Each camper has a one-on-one volunteer partnered to them.
Correct.
So 700 folks, and that's not even to start including all of the support staff,
The fishing, the
all
horses,
of the
right.
all of the folks who help do the activities, all of the volunteers that come in for the meals, and on and on and on. So you're talking a crew of thousands
Yes,
when it's
each
said
day.
and done.
Yes, we
that
are.
help to make this happen, which is such an incredible thing. One of the parents said for little Southern Ohio,
Yeah.
and as Jody said there, to have this opportunity where we are and where these kids are.
Yep.
I mean, you really cannot say enough of the level of effort that's gone in on your part and on the volunteers' part to help make this a continuing thing for kids like Cooper and Matthew, who, you know, have been going for a decade now.
Yes.
And so look forward to it.
Yeah, and we don't want to ever have to turn any kids away, but sometimes funding is an issue. Sometimes in the past it has been,
Right.
and we're looking at just different items that we need. Like right now, we're looking at our radios we've had for a long time, and we have to have radio communication. I mean, like we're spread out all over the park there, and if a child goes down or needs emergency medical assistance, they can radio, and the EMTs are right there.
Right.
But you know, we needed tables and chairs last year, and we were able to get a lot of people from Adams and Brown County donated toward that project, and we were able to buy, 100 new chairs and I think 30 new tables and stuff. So there's always stuff besides the week of camp, but the week of camp is costing about $150,000 to $160,000.
Wow.
And if, raising $20,000 tonight is a chunk of that. But we have the rest of the year that we have to come up with that money through fundraisers. So tonight, if we could raise $20,000, that would be a really good chunk of that $160,000 that we have to raise.
Absolutely. And folks, we might have reached that $10,000 goal, but we would love to surpass that in a huge way. So if you haven't called in and donated yet, again, no amount is too small. Whether it's the $40 to help and sponsor a camper for the weekend and make sure that cost for that family is covered, or if you'd like to adopt a camper, $250 to completely cover that cost. Again, no amount is too small. I know we've had several folks give $1,000 tonight, which is an incredible thing that's going to help in a big way, not only for camp in the short term of getting campers and being able to have that happen, but to have those building projects that we've talked about to continue to improve camp and that experience for these kids. So please do call in 937-544-9722, as Brandon's showing on the telecast side. We've reached the top of our chart, but we've got another chart we're working on that we're going to continue to grow on past that $11,000 we're sitting at currently. And I do believe, as we've had a few phone calls here in the last few minutes, we're now above that $11,000. So I want to encourage you, please continue to call 937-544-9722 and make your donations to Camp Dovetail. Again, it is tax deductible, so I want to encourage you to do that. Take advantage of that. Donate to a worthy cause to get help out with those tax deductions. So 937-544-9722 is again that number to dial to donate to Camp Dovetail, or head online to campdovetail.com. That's camp with a K, campdovetail.com. Linda, you mentioned some other fundraising avenues that you guys take advantage of and take advantage of. Put together. Just say you take advantage of it. It's a lot of work to put together. So next one coming up, we've got Turkey Bingo. That's set for November 23rd. That's going to be at Hillsboro Elementary School. Soup Supper is going to start at 5, and bingo will begin at 6. So tell us a little about the Turkey Bingo, because
they're not live turkeys, first of all.
I know we've had that discussion before. So make the distinction. They're not. They're frozen turkeys.
Right, correct. Okay. We do a soup supper at first, and it's a donation type thing. And then at 6 o'clock, bingo starts, and it's $0.25 per card. And we usually have about 100 to 125 people. We give door prizes. We give away door prizes all night long, $25 for the kids that play. And kids can play because we're not giving out money.
Sure.
We're giving out door prizes and turkeys. We give out 25 turkeys. If there's a double bingo, you have your choice of a frozen pie ready for Thanksgiving.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, or sometimes a 2-liter pop. And at the end of the night, there's a coverall with a complete Thanksgiving dinner, everything you would need. Turkeys are frozen. It's a week before, the Saturday before Thanksgiving. But it's $0.25 a card, and we usually have a pretty good turnout, and it's a fun evening, and everybody can play. Kids can play. Parents will bring their kids. They can play bingo. They can do that. So we love having the kids come and play. So
absolutely, and want to encourage parents to bring those kids, because that's more chances to win.
Yes. You might go home with a couple turkey bingo.
Very good. So that's coming up again on the 23rd, November 23rd, Turkey Bingo happening at Hillsboro Elementary. Soup Supper is going to start at 5 p.m. and the Turkey Bingo will begin at 6. Also have the volunteer party and kickoff, as we've talked a couple of times. That'll be set for February 1st of 2025, 1 p.m. So go ahead and put that on your calendar. We'll talk about some more stuff you've got coming down the pipeline as we move through the...
You can give that one.
All right, fantastic. Okay, so we've got anonymous caller will match up to $3,000 while the Polstra sisters are on the air. All right, so I'm assuming we're getting ready to interview the Polstra sisters. Is that okay? So we're gonna.
I can't tell if it's a request or a.
We're gonna say. we're gonna say, get ready. We're gonna have.
So somebody's going to move over. Okay.
I'm sorry about the mic, Linda.
okay.
We're going to take as many calls as we can possibly get. We have an anonymous caller that, again, is going to match up to $3,000 as we interview. And we've got Jill and Jenny getting ready to join us here on the air, and they're going to come grab a seat. And Linda, we'll sub out for them.
But we want you to call in the whole time they're on
Call
the
in.
air. They're matching
The entire
your
time.
pledge. You give 100, it's 200. You give 500, it's 1,000. So
Okay.
up to 3,000, and you only have while they're on the air at 937-544-9722.
Well, and I don't want to rush anybody, but we only have 45 minutes left in the SATH Radio-Thon. So do call in 937-544-9722. And again, for the next however long it takes for me to get the match is what I'm going to go for. But for our interview here with Jill and Jenna, we're going to take a match of up to $3,000. So please do call in 937-544-9722 for the SATH Radio-Thon here on C103, 99.5 The Edge, and Good Guys Radio TV. And we'll have we've got Jenna joining us. So, we'll give Jill just a moment to jump in as the phones start ringing. Again, $3,000 match is on right now. Jill and Jenna.
And Julie's on the phone.
And Julie's on the phone. So we're just going to, we haven't transferred her yet. We'll get her there.
We'll get her there.
We'll get her there.
I think that might be a trap, but I love it.
Jill, Jenna, you guys you've joined us here in the studio for years and years and years, and beyond that have been involved with SATH and Camp Dovetail for so much of your lives at this point. Probably more with Camp Dovetail than not.
Without,
if I had to, yeah, absolutely.
And our children and our friends and everyone else that we can drag kicking and screaming to camp, because it really is an awesome experience.
I tell people it's the hardest job you'll ever love.
Yeah. I think we have so many sayings we need to put on T-shirts tonight, right?
Absolutely.
Jill, what was your initial involvement?
I had a friend in high school that asked myself and Julie to come and do Camp Dovetail. And so I think I was a freshman, maybe, going in my freshman year, I think, or going into my sophomore year of high school. So, and that's been a very long time ago.
5 years.
I'll be 50 this year.
Oh.
So
I would not have guessed.
So it's, I think, I lose track of numbers, but 30 plus years I've been a volunteer at Camp Dovetail.
That's awesome.
And I'm a special ed teacher now because I volunteered at Camp Dovetail all those years ago.
Yeah.
So it kind of made my path for what I was going to do my whole life.
That is really incredible. And obviously, we hear so many stories of change for the kids and how, personalities will just blossom and that individuality kind of comes out of them. But I think, you're a great example of how that volunteerism, and both of you, how that volunteerism really made you blossom into the women that you are today.
Absolutely, and just the exposure and the experiences of being with those kiddos and adults too. They really do. It gives you perspective.
That's awesome. Jenna, for your part, Jill got an invite from a friend, and that changed for her. So. You said dragged kicking and screaming.
That's kind of when I've told this story before, but I love it. I went my first year in 1989 before Linda became involved in Camp Dovetail.
Okay.
And I worked at Kentucky Fried Chicken, and they gave everybody a 5-cent raise if they would volunteer at Camp Dovetail for a week. So my friend Tara and I thought that would be a great idea to get a nickel raise.
A nickel? Come on.
Yeah, hey, that's back in the
89,
day.
Right, that's great. That's awesome.
So we went, and it wasn't quite as organized, and it was a long week of not sleeping with not nearly as good of food as what Cooper and Matthew have had. And by the end of the week, I thought, never again. Not that I didn't love the kids, but it was exhausting.
Yeah.
And so when Jill and Julie said, I think it
we
was in
started in 91. Yeah.
said they were going to do Camp Dovetail, I was like, oh no, I'm not doing Camp Dovetail again.
I got my nickel raised.
Yeah, I'm done. But they're like, oh, Jenna, it's different. Come. So that year, I came home from college for the summer, and I went with them, and it totally changed me.
Yeah.
I mean, just what Linda has put in to help organize it and make it what it is today is so much different than it was years and years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And so now I've been doing it since, so 89, then 91, and then missed a few years because of this and that.
Sure.
and having kids and moving away and coming back and having jobs that don't let you off for Camp Dovetail. And now that's a requirement when I get a job.
Right.
It is. By the way, I do Camp Dovetail every year, so I have to have that week off.
Yeah.
And actually, my son started out as a camper, and then he transitioned from camper and decided he wasn't going to do anything after day camp, and then transitioned back in and started to be a camper again. And now he is a volunteer, and he's young. He's just turned 20, and before he gets a job, that's what he tells them. I have to have off the week of Camp Dovetail. So, and now he works at HICO, which is a workshop for adults with special needs, and it grew him into the person that he is.
That's
and
awesome.
So he really enjoys it. So we have the next generation that's already started that up. So
I have 3 children, and they all volunteer for Camp Dovetail.
And what's that mean to you to know that you've instilled that love and that passion and that heart for kids with special needs into
Yes. And my kids have kind of been, I feel like they've been raised at Camp Dovetail. I have my oldest was about 6 months old her first year at camp. I have my middle was 10 days old his first week at camp, and then I have my youngest she's 11, but she was born in January and she was at camp in June. So
Oh, wow.
Oh, it gets worse
That's
because
quick turnaround.
her son was born the 3rd of June.
Yes.
And he was at camp.
Oh,
when he was 10 days old. I had a 2-year-old and a 10-day-old at camp
Wow.
that year. It wasn't my best year.
Yeah.
But she did fine.
But Linda
Don't
made
listen
sure
to
that
her.
I knew that having a baby did not take me out of being a volunteer for camp.
That's
so
right.
so I was there with bells on. So
Yeah, that's fantastic. Well, obviously, it means a lot to you
Yes.
if you're showing up with a 10-day-old.
Yes, it means a huge amount.
You've continued on. Just to reiterate, we are matching donations still as we continue our conversation.
And for some
with-
reason, we're having trouble
getting hold of
Julie on the line, so I guess it's holding out a little
Oh,
longer.
no, those phone lines have just been rotating and rotating. Again, up to $3,000 while we interview with Jenna and Julie here. $3,000 match. Call in, donate. Your $100 becomes $200. Simple as that. If you donate $1,000, guess what? That's $2,000. So please call in 937-544-9722 and donate to Camp Dovetail. Ladies, want to continue on the thread of talking about the early days of Camp Dovetail.
yes.
Even Linda's early days, as you said, things started to turn around and become a little more organized, become a little different.
Yes.
From 1991 to now 2023, our last camp, I guess 2024, sorry. Math's hard for me. 2024. Biggest difference for you guys that you can pinpoint and say, this is where Camp Dovetail really gained like mega legitimacy for parents and for campers?
I think it was honestly the most recent developments that we've done at camp. I mean, the showers and the bathrooms made a significant difference. The storage barn and even the new horse barn. I mean, we've done great things with minimal things, and we still made it happen. But now that we have these advances and things that we can do, it makes it so much easier and so much more organized for the kiddos. And I just look for the future and see all the things that we can do because we have had that support.
Yeah.
And
I feel the same way. I was there. I was one of the people holding the metal pole in the thunderstorm. Keeping the tent down so that the campers would stay dry, and we're like, we'd had these discussions about how safe is this? Like
Right.
all the staff members are talking about how safe is it to hold metal poles, and it didn't matter because we were
Put rubber gloves on.
Yeah,
you're
well, we
fine.
were standing up on picnic tables. They were wood. Did that
Yeah,
help? We
it's
were. You
grounded.
thought maybe that
Sure.
grounded us.
Yeah.
So to go from there to and sleeping in army tents to we still sleep in tents, but they have a floor in them now, and they didn't used to have floors. And we actually
Yeah.
have if we have to if we stay with the campers, we have a cot to sleep on now instead of sleeping on the ground. And but we have a washer and dryer, which we didn't have. So sometimes that would happen is that
Laundry.
if
Yeah.
the campers got wet, we had to go up to sometimes with our own quarters and wash the laundry at the top of the hill to
my.
so we've
wash
come
things
a-
out in the sink. I mean-
and yeah, we've come a way long way.
Well, and
so
I think about a couple of years ago, I think probably the biggest turnaround is what the move that Linda has made to get the community involved. I mean, I think it started out, some people knew about it, but you had Matt and Cooper's family who said, we didn't even know they sent a paper in the mail, and that's what Linda did. But I want to talk about, I think it was 2019, I think is when it rained. Was that the year?
18.
18?
19,
I think. So it rained and rained and rained and rained that week. And we were walking knee-high in mud. And I still have the scars on the back of my legs from where I wore boots. And because the community knows about camp, everybody was like, oh my gosh, those campers are out there in that mud. And honestly, you don't know that was a pig farm until you got that much mud out there. And I'm telling you, you could smell it.
That's right, yeah.
And I was like, why does it smell like pig out here? Oh, this used to be a pig farm. Oh, I didn't know. So we knew that year. But the community came out, and they brought wood chips, and they brought gravel, and the community just came in and supported us. And now we have concrete pathways.
Yeah.
And all of those things. And as the community becomes more involved, and knows more and know that they can make a difference, oh my gosh, that's some of the biggest things that I have seen, that just getting the community involved.
Right.
And bringing more kids out. I think that Linda was talking about camp earlier, and the fact that since COVID, our volunteers have been down, and it's used to be, every year there'd be some new people that would bring new people, and then they would bring people. And after COVID, we actually had to turn some volunteers away because our numbers dropped so much. And now just trying to get back in to get those new younger campers up to start. 'Cause some of us are getting a little bit older. I don't know if you've noticed that or not. But I think that, we have some new things going to be starting this year to really get some of those young teens and adults out there to say, hey guys, I got a great thing for you to get involved with.
Yeah.
And really making some good connections to get people involved, and so we can continue.
Local employers, offer your employees a
nickel.
raise
It'll work.
to get them involved in Camp Dovetail. No, sincerely though, I think you really hit it well on the head that SATH and Camp Dovetail are obviously very prevalent in the community, to the families who utilize and go to Camp Dovetail. But it is important to continue to get the word out and to continue to spread. And I think you guys are great ambassadors of that. Linda's obviously a fantastic ambassador of that. But the volunteers are really what make Camp Dovetail what it is, because you guys have such a heart for the work that you're doing. And I'm sure you would both say that you really have to have a heart for doing it and develop that, because there are hard times and difficult days, and I'm sure sometimes just complete difficult weeks to get through a camp.
Yes, I think every week, every day maybe offers a different challenge.
Yeah.
But I feel like the best part is having a hard time and working your way through it and figuring out that we can we can do anything. So but we talk about it is a hard job, but I would never tell or ask anybody to do something that I wouldn't do. And I have strengths and weaknesses, and I tell people, I'm like, I don't mind helping in the bathroom and changing and doing that kind of stuff, but I don't do bugs and tents. So somebody has to, if you need help changing, I'll help you with that. Showers, I don't mind, but please get the bugs out of my tent.
Right.
So we make sure that we're helping each other. I'm, in areas you're weak, I can be strong, and in areas that you're strong, I'll be weak. Yeah, absolutely,
Okay.
absolutely.
And to people that are thinking, hey, would I like to volunteer? Try it. We're there to help.
Yeah.
I think about, our youngest sister, there's 7 of us, and our youngest sister is disabled. She has Wagner syndrome, and she has some differences, but, she started out as a volunteer in day camp. And so she continues to be a volunteer in day camp. And she always has a camper, and 5 years ago or so, I think I've told you this before, but she had cancer, and she went through chemotherapy, and if you know Jess, she is one tough cookie, okay? And Jessie has cancer. She just got a chemotherapy. There's no way that she can do camp. So the sisters, we all got together, my brother, and we're like, okay, she can hang out at camp, and she can come interact and do the things. And that was the year that it rained so hard. And at one time, Jessie got a camper. And I was like, okay, she can have one. And then that little girl had a friend. And by the end of camp, Jessie had 2 campers. I actually have a picture of, I'm sorry, we're keeping Julie on the line way too long, but that's okay. Jessie had 2 campers, walking them up to horses. And Jessie is 4'8", and she's a Spitfire. And she never knows when things are bad. But most of the kids that come to camp are like that. And if you're wanting to volunteer, just remember, okay, I know Jesse's tough, but when you have interaction with people that have had some differences and have had some struggles, and you realize what a positive outlook they have on life, you can learn a lot from them, and you'll touch them just as much as they touch you. And so try it. Come out to Camp Dovetail. Have a good time. So we'd love to have you. So
even if it's raining.
Even if it's raining, it's a lot of fun.
Absolutely. All right. Call in now, 937-544-9722. Again, we're currently in a match mode, up to $3,000 as we interview with the Polstra sisters. And as I understand it, we've added in a trio now. So Julie on the line with us. Julie, how are you tonight?
I am good. How are you?
I am very well, and I apologize for keeping you on hold for as long as we did. But you know Jenna and Jill, so.
We lost it. We couldn't figure out where it was. It was lost in the limbo line. I have no idea where it was.
It's apparently I'm the only one that's allowed to transfer people.
Jill knows what's up.
I'm an hour behind anyway because I'm in Illinois.
Oh, okay. Well, welcome in from Illinois then. Talk a little about your experience. I know we've heard Jill and Jenna and kind of how they got started with Camp Dovetail. What was your induction like into the organization?
Yeah, I started with Jill, and it was that same friend that was like, hey, what are you doing the third week of June? And as a middle schooler about ready to go into high school, there wasn't a thing I was doing that summer. So it's like nothing. It's like, oh, do you want to go to a summer camp? I'm like, absolutely, not realizing what I had signed up for at first. And but once you kind of get in and see what camp is about, it really, really does like draw you in. Mm-hmm. I remember one year, all three of us had gone to camp, and it was a tough year, and we were all tired. And I think our mom came in and picked us up, and on the way home, we were like crying just because it was a tough year. And she told us later on that she thought that would be the last time that we would go to camp because we were just worn out and tired. And nope, 30 years later, all of us are still going because it just means that so much to us all.
Oh,
and there's
I was
a
going
point
to ask.
where you do it for the kids because the kids, they're at camp, they give you so much. And so you are doing it for the kids, but really they fulfill you as well.
I was going to ask, like, how much of that was just to prove Mom wrong that you guys held on to a little bit? Yeah.
I know we sucked her.
No,
we sucked her in
just
too.
needed a full night's sleep, and it was better.
Okay, good.
Of the 7 kids, everyone's done camp except for my brother.
Oh, okay.
And of the 7 of us, 5 of us still come every year.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Wow.
But my brother's kids have come.
Got to drag your brother into it. Get him in there.
My brother was always different.
Oh.
He's a good guy, but
Julie, I want to ask you the same question I asked Jenna and Jill here. That in your mind, you know, you volunteered with Camp Dovetail for as long as you have. What in your mind really legitimized Camp Dovetail to be, you know, the organization that, you know, we all know and love and that supported, you know, thousands of kids at this point through the years?
I think the biggest thing is that it's a volunteer organization. And so families don't have to pay exorbitant amounts to go to a camp for their kids with special needs. I know that there's lots of camps out there that are very specific to a different disability or a different need, but you have to pay thousands of dollars to get in, and there's a huge waiting list. And a lot of families with kids that have special needs don't have that kind of money.
Right.
And camp is such a wonderful opportunity that it is available and open to so many different kids at so many different levels. And so that is really the biggest thing for me, that it is so open and available. Because I visited some of those like camps that cater to a specific
need or a specific disability during the week. And I've gone and visited and checked them out, and they are not the same. There's a huge difference in being paid to be at a camp to work with kids and feeling in your heart to just give up the time and the effort to be there without any financial return for yourself. And it really does make a huge difference for the volunteers there and for the kids that we're able to serve.
I think that's really, really well said. All except for Jenna, who got a 5-cent raise that one time.
That one time.
So
that one time.
no.
But I didn't go back in
the week
90.
she was there.
So money didn't do it for me, okay? It was the friends and the camaraderie and the crying with your sisters in the van on the way home.
Yeah.
And knowing that, but next year I have to be there because my camper is going to miss me because I was there. And I think that's what did it, is the campers brought us back.
Yeah.
And so, some years aren't the best, and some years are really hard, and some years are really easy, and but it's always fun.
Yeah.
I mean, and you see the kids, and they love to come to camp. I mean, I'm a speech pathologist at the hospital and Highland District Hospital, and I see a lot of the kids that come to camp because I do day camp, and the kids will come in after camp and tell me what a great time they've had and when we're going to go back to camp, because I typically see the younger kids, and they look forward to it all year long. And so we'll start talking about how long till camp.
Cooper and Matthew have got a countdown. So.
Yeah, it's just a lot of fun. And I think about, Kelly Jo Annan that just passed away, and you think about her going to camp for 40 years. And I think that my best memory of Kelly, because I obviously didn't know Kelly Jo very well throughout camp until she became a staff member a couple years ago. Right. And then I went to pick her husband and Kelly and her husband up to come to the retreat a couple of years ago. And I had just been transitioned, voluntold, into the dancing and music program, which I love. Yeah. I didn't think they'd ever give me a microphone, but here it is again. But I love it. And Kelly Jo and Mike, driving to the retreat that year, I was working on a song because I was doing song and dance, and it was the musical. And I was singing, and I was practicing because I had to present it at the retreat, and Kelly Jo said, if you sing that song one more time. But Kelly Jo, Mike, Christy, Jill, Linda, Cindy, Tay, I could go on and on about the friendships that I've created, in addition to my sisters who are there. But it's a family. Right. And so when someone isn't here anymore, it's losing a family member. And the amount of people that were there at Kelly Jo's visitation, and again, you see your family and you talk about Kelly Jo. And when we lose campers, it's the same way. When someone leaves us, it's like losing a family member, because the campers, the volunteers, we develop very strong relationships, and they last a lifetime. And so, although sometimes things are hard, oh my gosh, what you get from it and the friendships that you make with all different kinds of people is absolutely amazing. Somebody, I think it was Matthew and Cooper's mom, said, really, camp is a miracle. And it is, because where else can you go and develop that many strong relationships with so many different people? It is just a great, great experience.
Well, and Julie, before you go, to kind of build off of what Jenna said, building relationships with people that you never expected to be in your lives is one thing. Talk about the relationship that this has built for you and your sisters throughout the years of volunteering with Camp Dovetail, if you will. The chuckle says it all.
The positive, Julie, the positive. Come on.
The positive. Okay. So growing up in a big family, there's kind of a sibling hierarchy. But I feel like when we go to camp, it's not, especially when we were younger, it wasn't there anymore. It's like, when we were group leaders, we were all group leaders. We were all on the same level. It wasn't like my little sister, my big sister. It was like we were all there working towards one goal without any of that rivalry or any of that hierarchy. It was all just camp, working for the same goal, getting to the end of the week with everybody having a good time. And so I think that part of it kind of, when we're at camp, we are all on the same level. And I think that's for kids too. When they go to camp, they're not that kid at school with disability.
they're all on the same level. They're all working towards the same goal to have a good time and make good relationships at camp.
Right. And I think that's really well said. And I'm sure your sisters here echo that sentiment of, she said hierarchy. Who's on top normally when we're not at camp?
Jenna.
I don't. Jill, come on. We all know it's Julie.
We might have to cut to commercial for this. Julie, sincerely, thank you for calling in, and I know you've donated tonight, so thank you for that as well. And
sorry for the delay, Julie, but we did match the 3,000.
Hey, there you go.
Yay!
Well, folks, we're going to take a quick break. Do encourage you while we're on the break, please call 937-544-9722. We only have about 20 minutes left to take those pledges, and we are well over our $10,000 goal, but well under reaching that $20,000 that we would like to shoot for. So if you haven't donated yet, please do. 937-544-9722. And again, no donation amount is too small, whether it's $40, $100, or that $250 to adopt a camper for the week. Call 937-544-9722 and donate to Camp Dovetail. We're going to take a quick break. We're back with more here on C103 99.5 The Edge, Good Guys Radio TV. Coming up here in just a few moments. Adams County Self Storage knows that there's plenty of different reasons you may be looking for a little extra room to put things. Your college-age kid comes home for the summer and brings along their new ping pong table. You finally decided to take down the decorations after celebrating Christmas in July, or maybe you're still holding on to all those Thai beanie babies that are definitely going to be worth something someday. Whatever your needs, Adams County Self Storage has got you covered. They've got units ready to rent at their West Indian location right behind the Grandview Outlet. Call 937-892-0016. That's 892-0016.
Our business is helping you grow. We're Baxler Tractor. We take care of you like family.
We've been growing since 1946. As your Kubota dealer, our focus is to help you grow today and into the future. Stop by one of our locations today, visit with our folks, and see our entire lineup of Kubota products.
Our business is helping you grow. Baxler Tractor.
We all look up to someone. Could be parents, teachers, or coaches. They give and give and give, and then they give some more. Their impact, immeasurable. Their sacrifices, too many to count. So to all the mentors in our lives who helped us get to right here and now, thank you.
Hello, I am David Osborne Jr., and I am running for Adams County Prosecutor. I was raised in Adams County and graduated from People's High School. I earned both my PhD and law degrees and served the families of Lima, Ohio as prosecutor. With my parents getting older, I came back to Adams County and opened my own law office on the courthouse square while living and working on the old family farm. I am the candidate who lives in Adams County, owns a home in Adams County, invests in Adams County, and I will protect Adams County. Vote Osborne for prosecutor.
Paid for by David Osborne for prosecutor.
Don't let a blown tire slow you down this harvest season. Trust Magulac Tire Service in Hillsboro to keep you on the roll and in the field. At Magulac, they offer on-the-farm ag tire service, saving you downtime and saving you money. Call Magulac Tire Service for all your tire needs at 937-364-2592 or stop in on Route 50 in Hillsboro. That's 937-364-2592.
Hey there, it's Jeb the Turkey, and it's time for Highland County Senior Citizen Center's annual fundraising event, 100 Turkey Bingo, on Saturday, November 2nd. The public is invited, but you must be 18 and older to attend this event. Outdoor admission tickets are available for purchase at the event. Admission's $25 and includes 4 bingo cards and a free raffle ticket that you can use to put toward any of these wonderful raffle items. And there's no limit to how many turkeys you can win. Please thank our sponsors, and we'll see you at Highland County Senior Citizen Center's 100 Turkey Bingo.
Before the overtime thrillers.
Dribbling ahead off the right side. Goes the length of the floor for a layup. Up with tied. We're going to overtime.
Before the timely trifectas.
Step back three at the buzzer. It's good!
Before basketball comes to the shack, join C103 and Good Guys Radio TV for Basketball 30. Coming soon. Stay tuned.
Welcome back in again to our 22nd annual SATH Radio-Thon and Telethon here on C103, 99.5 The Edge, and Good Guys Radio TV. I'm Matt Hildebrand, your host this evening, along with our technical producer and director of Good Guys Radio TV, Mr. Brandon Rigdon, and of course, SATH Executive Director, Miss Linda Allen. Linda, thank you to you and your crew for joining us here tonight. It's been a lot of fun. I think maybe... I mean, I don't want to put any dour thoughts on past radiothons and telethons. We've always had a good time.
We have.
But my goodness, the Lewis brothers made the difference tonight. It was
yes, they did.
So fun.
We've been trying every year to get him here, and finally this year it happened.
It happened. Well, hey, we've had several calls come in as we were talking with Jenna and Jill and Julie there in our last segment. So we're going to get to those pledges and get those out on the air. All of the new pledges that have come in. Then we've got a few things to talk about, some upcoming events, and then we're going to roll through all of the pledges that have rolled in again tonight throughout. So start us off, if you would, Linda, with our new pledges.
Okay, Peyton and River Goben, $100. Wright-Patterson Air Force Base Fire Department, Local 88, in memory of Marty Sparks, $100. An Anonymous, $1,000. Gran and Pops in honor of Matthew and Cooper Lewis, $750. The Polstra family, $100. Billy King Soliver, $20. Zane Cordray, $100. Derek and and he'd already pledged.
Zane.
Yeah, thanks. Derek and Destiny Holt, Skylar Garrison, and Wendy Wiseman in memory of Kelly Joe, $100. Thank you, guys. Pamela and Ryan Lawrence, $500. Thank you,
Awesome.
Pamela and Ryan. Heidi and Patrick Klump, they were talked about tonight by the Lewis boys, $50. Mike and Mary Foley, my brother, $100. He get in on that match. The Bonacci family got $400 in on that match. And with our last caller, we got the $3,000 match.
That's
so
awesome.
the $6,000 puts us at $18,725. We still need a little more to go over the 20,000. If you have not called in to pledge, we only have another 15 minutes. 937-544-9722. We need about $1,275 to go over. Well, to make 20,000.
Yeah, we'd love to go over.
Yeah. So please give us a call. We only have about 15 more minutes,
I think, as we've noted pretty well tonight, you guys are overachievers at SATH Camp Dovetail. I mean, obviously. So please do call in now, 937-544-9722. Or again, you can donate online. Anytime.
That's right.
Head to campdovetail.com.
Taylor, why don't you come over and sit down? She can help go through the things. And Christy, do you want to help go through they're going to be talking about what's events coming up and stuff. You guys want to come over? We haven't had these two young ladies on there, and they've been working very hard all evening. Taylor and Christy.
Well, for good reason. They have stayed very, very busy behind the scenes. So, Taylor, first, welcome to you. Let's kind of the involvement. How'd you get started in with Camp Dovetail?
So I was probably like 10, maybe, when we started. I'm not positive. Maybe even younger than that, and I'm 24 now, so it's been a while. I really don't remember how we got involved.
We got involved through a friend of ours who invited us out one year and said, just come out on carnival night. Just come out and look around and see what you think. And we went out that first night, that first time, and we have been back every year since. And we told her we're lifers, we're here.
That's awesome.
So now we have become staff members, and I'm on the board. And my son also is involved. He's a staff member. We work day camp. He started day camp, and when his camper got old enough to go to overnight camp, he moved up. So he's a group leader. He's a group leader.
That's awesome.
Met his wife there at Camp Dovetail, and they're married and have 3 kids, and they all go to camp every summer.
Yeah. It's a full family.
It is a family.
Absolutely.
Yes.
And I just got married, and my husband's coming in next year, and
awesome.
our
I think
son
Tay was probably 8 when we started, I think, because she
Wow.
came with me. We shared a camper that first year.
Yeah. So that's pretty incredible. What's it mean to you? You've really kind of seen all aspects of this now at this point, from going to, being a person who just showed up to check it out, to being a volunteer, to now being on the board. Talk a little about that transition and kind of seeing all sides of Camp Dovetail and SATH.
It's been, go ahead.
Well, I'm not a board member, so that was for you.
Oh, well, no, just, it's been interesting to see every aspect and to be a part of Camp Dovetail on so many different levels, and wow, tonight has really, to hear parents sit and talk about how much they appreciate and what their kids, I know I sat over with tears in my eyes earlier when, as they were called, Matthew and Cooper, Lewis's parents were talking. And then when Jody called too, just to hear parents talk about how much they appreciate it and what it means to them and their kids, and to have, and now I've been a volunteer and then staff, and it has been fun to be a part. I mean, I'm for life.
Yeah.
This is our life. We attend every fundraiser, we go to every event, and we're a part of all of it now.
Thank you. Oh, okay. So just to jump in, sorry.
Okay.
We do have another match, willing to match up to $1,275 for the next 15 minutes. So the $1,275 was what we needed to push us to the $20,000. So in order to jump over that, we are matching up to $1,275 up until 10 o'clock here. So give us a call now, 937-544-9722. Again, your donation is going to be matched. If you donate $100, that $100 becomes $200, and $500, well, guess what? That's $1,000 right there. So call in, donate, 937-544-9722. Especially want to encourage you, if you have not yet called in tonight and donated, please do. We've got some wonderful families who give and give and give repeatedly and call throughout the evening to add to that total, and that is just awesome. We really, really appreciate them. But for everybody else who has not called in yet tonight, even if you can only give $10, that $10 is going to become $20. If you can give $20, guess what? With the match, that becomes $40, and you will help to make sure that a child is not going to be left out of Camp Dovetail. They never turn anybody away, so encourage you. Call in, 937-544-9722. Big shout out. Brandon Rigdon, what a guy. His match to $20, so it becomes $40, and again, we'll make sure that camper gets to go to camp. Call in now, 937-544-9722. We've still got 10 minutes, folks, so those phones need to be ringing off the hook. 937-544-9722. Back to the conversation. Taylor, for you, talk about the opportunity to get to work with your family and growing up through this, and now getting to kind of share that into your new extended family, bringing your husband into the fold.
Yeah, absolutely. So I mean, when I started, me and my mom shared a camper. It was me and her. We had one.
Was that your
girl.
choice or hers?
Probably Cam's choice, because I was only 8. I wasn't
Okay.
supposed to be there.
All right.
And then I moved up and I got old enough. I started taking care of my own camper, and then I ended up staff. And now, like I said, I just got married. He was my fiance at the time, was there last year. We were only there a day because of work schedules, but he was there. He had a little boy, fell in love with him, and he said, I want him back next year. He said, I'm coming back. And I was like, it's just amazing that it started when I was 8, now to me as an adult and my husband, and then our son as well is 6, and he wants to come, and he obviously can't volunteer, but he can be a buddy for the week. Yeah. And it's amazing how much it's spread to so many people.
Yeah. At what point did you say, Mom, I'm not camping with you anymore? That's what I want to know.
She still camps with me.
She does.
I still camp.
don't
because
take the
I don't
same
have a
boat.
camper,
Okay.
so I don't sleep on the ground.
Creature comforts are worth it.
Sure,
I got you.
but I
Okay.
have my own kid now. I think we probably shared one for about 2 or 3 years, and then I took her from her, basically,
Yeah.
and she had to find a new one.
Yes.
And that camper still comes to this day.
That's pretty amazing.
Yep.
Yeah. So, with that, favorite memory, favorite moment for you to look back on and say, this is worth all of the blood, sweat, and tears. And I'm sure all 3 of those things have actually happened.
Yes.
Blood, sweat, and tears.
Very much so. I know one for me, while she's thinking of one, I had a little boy one year. Everywhere we went, he would say, thank you for letting me do this. And he was the sweetest. And then the last day, he's like, I'll see you tomorrow. And I said, no, buddy, today's your last day. You won't be back. And he just cried. He wanted to come back. He didn't want to leave. And it meant so much to me that I did that for a kid, that he didn't want to leave me. He wanted to come back the next day.
Yeah.
And he cried, and then I cried, and then it was amazing.
That's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
So, Christy?
It's so hard to pinpoint one thing.
Yeah.
I mean, for me, like I said, we went out that first year just to observe and to decide, and I know I left there that my kid had food allergies, and I thought that was just the worst thing in the world. And my son had a speech impediment, and I thought I was really going through it. I couldn't drop her off at people's houses. And then we spent that first evening at the camp, and I saw kids with walkers and kids who couldn't walk, and I thought, how fortunate is my family that my kids are able to do all this. That made our problem seem so small.
Right.
And then it's just really opened my eyes to so much. I went back to school a few years ago and became an occupational therapy assistant so that I can work with kids. That's my goal, is to be able to work with kids as well. And Taylor still does what she does. My son has a degree now for intervention specialist because it touched him so much, and we just all are just so, it's so much a part of us. And we talk about it when we're at camp. We talk about it when we're not at camp because it's a part of our lives. My husband teaches high school, and he says camp is not my thing, but he comes out every evening. He comes out and sets up our camper, and he comes out every evening and brings us things that we've forgotten, or brings us, snacks or extra water or whatever. And he comes to some of the programs. So he is a part of it in his way. And that's the thing. You don't have to be one-on-one with a kid. You can volunteer, and there's so many capacities that you can just be involved. So, he doesn't work with a camper, but he supports us so that we can.
Right.
He makes life easier for us that week so that we're able to do what we can do.
Right.
But, we always looking for volunteers. And I know Linda said earlier, if you want to make friends, come to camp and you'll meet people. Bring a friend with you.
How many people in this room met their
Through
significant
camp?
other? That's
Yes.
crazy.
Well,
Yeah.
and I was a little offended earlier when the Polster sisters were on the phone because I was not invited, because I am an honorary Polster sister now.
They won't
Yeah,
forget you.
and
That's
they
right.
did
We
not
didn't have
invite
enough on
me.
the set. I'm sorry.
So, but I have made best friends that, as a grown woman, I didn't have best friends or, people that,
Right.
and I do now. And I have they're my family.
Yeah.
Sometimes more so than my family, certain members of my family, these people I can call at the drop of a hat and say, hey, my brother's toe doesn't look good. Can you come take a look? And someone's
Oh,
She felt bad now, so you called her out.
I did. I'm not above that. But, our dog's doing this. What do you think? Can you come take a look at her? And I have lifelong friends, and I say they're my family. They are my family. That's my camp family. And we get together all the time outside of camp, and we hang out, and we get new members that have joined camp in the last few years. Cindy Wilson, that we absolutely love and adore, and now she's part of our family too. And we do our fundraisers, and we have staff retreats where we all get together and do team building exercise. I can't pick out one thing, I guess, is what I'm trying to say.
I think that's fair. Well, again, folks,
right.
we are matching up to $1,275. Just wanted to mention that again as we take those donations. Before we wrap up, thank you both
Yes,
very much.
thank
Taylor,
you.
Kristen, for joining us here. We're going to transition and shift just a little more. Linda's jumping back in before we
I just
get
need
ready to
to,
go.
if you made a pledge online tonight, I'm really sorry that we did not get those read, because for some reason our guy that works on our web or does our email or whatever, he did not get those to me, and I want to apologize because I know several of you made donations online and we didn't know about it. So one of them I know called, or I talked to, it was my husband. He pledged around
He set you straight, didn't he?
Yeah, he said, why didn't you read my pledge online? I pledged $250 and it didn't ever, you never announced it. We didn't get it. And he's not the only person that pledged online. And if you want to call in still, we'll still tell what your pledge was online. I apologize. If you pledged online tonight, we'll have to work on that before next year. I'm sorry about that.
We'll get that straight. It's all good.
So we know that went toward that $1,275, I guess, because he didn't get in on time.
Yeah.
Okay, so
What we want to do is remind folks to call. We got about 60 seconds left before 10 o'clock. Of course, if you're a couple minutes late, we're not gonna turn you away. But call in 937-544-9722. We still have several pledges that we have not put out over the air yet, and I would like to go through all of them if we can. We'll just revisit the whole list. So,
did we do the whole list?
Yes.
Let's do the whole thing.
We haven't done.
Okay. We'll start at the back page. Okay, so Pamela and Ryan Lawrence, $500. Heidi Klump, $50. Mike and Mary Foley, $100. The Benaki family, $400. Brandon Rigdon, $20. Kathy Meyer, in memory of Kelly Joe, $100. Thank you, Kathy. Steve Allen online, $250. Steve Allen online, $250.
Good job.
Steve Allen online, $250.
Is that $750 or is that just the
No, it's just
250
250 ones, but I thought it should at least be announced three times, right?
Good.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Wright Pat Air Force Base Fire Department Local 88 in memory of Marty Sparks, $100. Anonymous, $1,000. Gran and Pops in honor of Matthew and Cooper. The Polster family, $100. Bill Kingsolver, $20. Zane Cordry, $100. Derek and Destiny Holt. Skylar Garrison and Wendy Wiseman in memory of Kelly Joe, $100. Kelly just keeps giving and giving, I'm telling you. Chuck Emery, $400. Kelly and Richard Levenstein in honor of their nephews, Matt and Cooper, $4,500. Irma and Charlie Marsh, $100, Lauren Levenstein, $2,000. Adams County Self-Storage, Nancy Hook, $1,000. Joyce Ryan in memory of Jordan, and again, Jordan, great guy, $100. Peyton and River Gobin, $100. Hillsboro VFW Post, 9094, $200. Morristown American Legion Post, 0694, $50. Jessica Polstra, $25. C103 in memory of Jordan Ryan, $200. David Osborne, running for prosecuting attorney in Adams County,
Yep.
$200. Ken Smith, see Jill, I'm making a mess and she's cleaning it up. Ken Smith, $200. Becky Cropper in honor of Nathan Bixler, $100. Thank you, Jill. Zane Cordry
Good job, Jill.
and Brown County Long Boards.
Long beards.
Oh, sorry. It says boards. B-O-R. Okay. Beards, $200.
That's turkeys.
Gobble. Okay. Horn Law Office Incorporated, $50. Rick and Grace Davis, $50. Mike and Kathy Pearson, $50. Edith and Gary Heaton, $100. Judge Kevin and Christy Greer, $100. Venture Productions, $1,000. Mike Foley, $100. Mike and Maria Sowards, $100. And Stitch Happens, LLC, $100. Thank you, everyone.
They're going to total it up here, and we'll give the grand total.
That's fantastic. So we're going to take just a couple of minutes break. Do continue to call, though, if you haven't yet, or if you were waiting on the phone lines, or if we've missed you, whatever the case may be. If you did donate online and we did not give that, please do call and just let us know that we did. That you gave online so that we can get your name out there before we close up.
At least three times.
At least 3 times. 937-544-9722 for any last-minute additions. Or, of course, if you have not donated tonight, maybe you are not financially able to right now, don't worry. You can donate anytime online. Head to campdovetail.com. That's camp with a K, campdovetail.com. And donate. You can also learn more about camp, see some great photos and behind-the-scenes looks. And I tell you what, if you go and look at those pictures of those kids and those smiling faces, and that doesn't make you want to donate, I don't know. Please do. Go and check it out. campdovetail.com.
We need to thank Tony Staggs.
Staggs,
the
yeah.
pizza tonight.
What a guy.
Tony, it was
Thank
so
you, Tony.
good.
It was
Thank
delicioso.
you. It was lovely. So
Tony
good.
Staggs, State Farm Insurance Agent Tony Staggs.
SATH President
in West
Board.
Union. SATH Board President Tony Staggs. And, yes, got Geos. And, forcefully renewed to President of the Board. Once again, folks, last-minute additions, call 937-544-9722. We're going to take our final break. We're going to total up and come back to tell you how much we've raised tonight with the 22nd annual C103 99.5 The Edge Good Guys Radio TV
SATH Radio-Thon. I think I got us all in there.
I think so.
We're coming back to you right after this. Stay tuned. Adams County Self Storage knows that there's plenty of different reasons you may be looking for a little extra room to put things. Your college-age kid comes home for the summer and brings along their new ping pong table. You finally decided to take down the decorations after celebrating Christmas in July, or maybe you're still holding on to all those Thai beanie babies that are definitely going to be worth something someday. Whatever your needs, Adams County Self Storage has got you covered. They've got units ready to rent at their West Indian location right behind the Grandview Outlet. Call 937-892-0016. That's 892-0016.
Our business is helping you grow. We're Baxler Tractor. We take care of you like family.
We've been growing since 1946. As your Kubota dealer, our focus is to help you grow today and into the future. Stop by one of our locations today, visit with our folks, and see our entire lineup of Kubota products.
Our business is helping you grow. Baxler Tractor.
We all look up to someone. Could be parents, teachers, or coaches. They give and give and give, and then they give some more. Their impact, immeasurable. Their sacrifices, too many to count. So to all the mentors in our lives who helped us get to right here and now, thank you.
Hello, I am David Osborne Jr., and I am running for Adams County Prosecutor. I was raised in Adams County and graduated from People's High School. I earned both my PhD and law degrees and served the families of Lima, Ohio as prosecutor. With my parents getting older, I came back to Adams County and opened my own law office on the courthouse square while living and working on the old family farm. I am the candidate who lives in Adams County, owns a home in Adams County, invests in Adams County, and I will protect Adams County. Vote Osborne for prosecutor.
Paid for by David Osborne for prosecutor.
Don't let a blown tire slow you down this harvest season. Trust Magulac Tire Service in Hillsboro to keep you on the roll and in the field. At Magulac, they offer on-the-farm ag tire service, saving you downtime and saving you money. Call Magulac Tire Service for all your tire needs at 937-364-2592 or stop in on Route 50 in Hillsboro. That's 937-364-2592.
Hey there, it's Jeb the Turkey, and it's time for Highland County Senior Citizen Center's annual fundraising event, 100 Turkey Bingo, on Saturday, November 2nd. The public is invited, but you must be 18 and older to attend this event. Outdoor admission tickets are available for purchase at the event. Admission's $25 and includes 4 bingo cards and a free raffle ticket that you can use to put toward any of these wonderful raffle items. And there's no limit to how many turkeys you can win. Please thank our sponsors, and we'll see you at Highland County Senior Citizen Center's 100 Turkey Bingo.
Before the overtime thrillers.
Dribbling ahead off the right side. Goes the length of the floor for a layup up with Tide. We're going to overtime.
Before the timely trifectas.
Step back three at the buzzer. It's good!
Before basketball comes to the shack, join C103 and Good Guys Radio TV for Basketball 30. Coming soon. Stay tuned.
We're going to sing and dance.
Welcome back into our C103 SATH Radio-Telethon here on C103 99.5 The Edge, Good Guys Radio TV. We are still working to total up our final tally for this evening.
Because the phone was still ringing.
That's good. That's a good thing.
We got some late night people.
Well, you know, I'm not normally up this late. I'll be honest. You guys keep me up a little extra, but well worth it for a worthy cause. So if you would like to donate, please call in 937-544-9722. We, of course, won't turn anybody away, much as SATH doesn't turn anybody away that would like to attend camp.
That's correct.
They make it happen time and time again. So, Linda, before we do wrap up, I know we didn't really get into much of the upcoming events other than Turkey Bingo, which, again, is coming up November 23rd. That will be at Hillsboro Elementary School. Soup Supper is going to begin at 5 p.m. and Turkey Bingo will start at 6. That is open to all ages, right? So bring the kiddos out. That's just extra chances to win those turkeys. And the final game of the night is a coverall for a complete
Thanksgiving dinner. So yeah, it's pretty awesome. Come out for that. Again, Hillsborough Elementary School, November 23rd. Soup supper is going to be served at 5, and then turkey bingo will start at 6. We have mentioned the volunteer party and kickoff that is going to be set for February 1st at 1 p.m. So anybody that would like to get involved with SATH, we've talked so many times tonight about the need for volunteers, right?
Bring your friends.
Bring all the friends.
Right.
There you go.
Right. And then a good one coming up. Tickets are going on sale for the Sweetheart Charity Ball.
And
That's
that
February
is always
8th. Yeah,
quite the event.
And tickets are on sale. We got them. And if you want to do something really nice for Valentine's Day, Sweetheart Charity Ball is really cool.
Yeah. And I think, as a guy who is fairly busy, my wife and I, we run a lot. We've got kids that we run after all the time. To have somebody help plan your Thanksgiving Eve or Thanksgiving. See, I don't even know Valentine's Day's a holiday. Valentine's Day, to help plan that out and have a nice event to go to.
We even have childcare provided.
Childcare is provided.
Yes.
See,
Your kids are right across the hall, and we can take care of them all night while you dance the night away.
Perfect. So there you go. That'll be coming up on
February 8th.
February 8th? Yeah. I said I could read this script, and it is small.
And
that's,
then
of course,
auction,
at the Roberts Center in Wilmington.
The auction's coming up March 1st, a big auction. If you have any items you want picked up, Jenna Winters is the girl to get a hold of. She picks up everything.
214-6821. If you have any items that you would like to donate.
Or you can call the SATH number, the 937-366-6657, and we'll get that information to her.
Perfect.
We'll take anything but clothing, and that is March the 1st at the Highland County Fairgrounds, and that's a big auction.
Yeah.
Great time.
And for anybody, I know last year was really nice. You had a nice kind of video walkthrough.
Yes,
that
we
you
did
prior to.
Yes.
And that was so nice to be able to kind of see what was going to be going on.
Right, because we have a lot of new items and old items. So.
Yeah. I want to encourage you folks,
got it
take
yet,
part in
girls?
that. That'll be coming up. And then, of course,
at 10 o'clock math.
But 10 o'clock math cannot be exactly.
Okay, so we're not promising perfection, but we are awfully close on this number, and I believe we might have a new record as to our total. Wow. So, folks, $23,295 pledged here tonight for SATH and Camp Dovetail.
Thank you, everybody.
Absolutely.
We
Round
really
of applause to
appreciate
everybody
it.
who's called in and donated.
And thank you guys, Matt.
for sure.
I mean, you guys did an awesome job tonight. Thank
Well,
you.
Brandon did most of the work.
Well, putting
but I
up
was
with
here,
this.
so, yeah.
Yes. And thank you for getting Thriller for them to dance to.
Oh, that was who did most of the work was the Lewis boys, Matthew and Cooper. Well done.
They usually in camp their Thriller is much better, but
They have a little more room to.
They can see themselves.
Oh,
they liked
yeah,
it.
man, they were ready.
About their moves because they are they do Thriller like awesome.
This will be.
It was wonderful.
This
I
was a
loved it.
highlight, I'm sure, for them and their parents to
Oh.
get to come and do this tonight.
It was so nice. It's so great to have them. Thank all of you for coming in and,
Thank you.
spending the evening with us. And
Thank you, Tony, once again for the pizza.
thank you, Tony. Very good.
Yes. 3 times.
Also-
Thank you, Tony. Thank you, Tony. We forgot to thank him.
Also want to give a shout out to Don and Vanita Bowles as
yes.
again, and
Oh,
Ken
thank
Smith
you.
and Kimberly Smith and all the rest of the crew here at the station for making all of this possible. Caleb Rayburn as well. Thank you to the wonderful businesses and individuals who helped to sponsor the Radiothon because we couldn't do it without you. So big shout out to those folks, and you've been seeing them roll through all throughout the evening, including Adams County Self-Storage, Baxla Tractor Sales, as well as David Osborne, who's running for Adams County Prosecuting Attorney. Thank you as well to, I can't read further down, Brandon. My eyes are failing me now. Keep going. Is that Hazlett? Maggulak Tire Service. Sorry, thank you. There we go. I'll get them all out there. My apologies for fumbling over that. I thought my eyes were better than they were.
It's past 10 o'clock.
It's past 10 o'clock, man. My eyes give up on me. So, again, thank you to everybody who sponsored and made this possible. Folks, we'll do it again next year.
All right.
There we go.
23.
$23,295 raised tonight. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone.
Again, you
Thank
can
you.
donate at any time at campdovetail.com. And we're going to have some more donations as we close out, maybe. So with that, we're going to wrap up for this evening here on C103. 99.5 The Edge and Good Guys Radio TV. We're going to take one more commercial break and then get you back to your regular programming coming up here on your radio. And again, thank you for joining us tonight here on C103, 99.5 The Edge and Good Guys Radio TV.
Make it over 20.
Adams County Self Storage knows that there's plenty of different reasons you may be looking for a little extra room to put things. Your college-age kid comes home for the summer and brings along their new ping pong table. You finally decided to take down the decorations after celebrating Christmas in July, or maybe you're still holding on to all those Thai beanie babies that are definitely going to be worth something someday. Whatever your needs, Adams County Self Storage has got you covered. They've got units ready to rent at their West Indian location right behind the Grandview Outlet. Call 937-892-0016. That's 892-0016.
Our business is helping you grow. We're Baxler Tractor. We take care of you like family.
We've been growing since 1946. As your Kubota dealer, our focus is to help you grow today and into the future. Stop by one of our locations today, visit with our folks, and see our entire lineup of Kubota products.
Our business is helping you grow. Baxler Tractor.
We all look up to someone. Could be parents, teachers, or coaches. They give and give and give, and then they give some more. Their impact, immeasurable. Their sacrifices, too many to count. So to all the mentors in our lives who helped us get to right here and now, thank you.